Chapter 3399. Hearing this, the third prince let out a long sigh of relief, but soon looked at him in shock and said, "Lord Yang, do you mean that you can freely enter and leave this world?" Not only him, but the several people from the Emperor realm who followed him were also stunned. The reincarnation world had a special environment and had existed for more than 100,000 years. Over the years, there had been many outsiders who had accidentally wandered into this world, but no one had ever been able to leave. There was a rumor that there was an exit in the Demon's Fury City, but that exit was extremely dangerous and close to the Demon's Fury City, so it was impossible for humans to pass through. Now that they heard Yang Kai say this, how could the third prince and the others not be shocked? Yang Kai said, "This king has his own method." This was admitting that he could freely enter and leave this world. The third prince's expression suddenly became uncertain, but he suddenly thought of something and smiled faintly. "Then I wonder why Lord Yang has come to the human sovereign city?" Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "To give you a great opportunity." The corner of the third prince's eye twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe his nonsense, but he still patiently asked, "Can you elaborate?" Yang Kai said, "I will explain this to the human sovereign city, so please lead the way, third prince." The third prince couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he heard this, knowing that Yang Kai meant that he was not qualified to discuss matters with him. He was displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. He turned sideways and stretched out his hand. "In that case, Lord Yang, please follow me." With the third prince leading the way, it was naturally very smooth, and no one dared to act rashly. Along the way, the third prince, intentionally or unintentionally, inquired about whether Yang Kai could really enter and leave this world freely. Yang Kai didn't want to say much, but suddenly, he rolled his eyes and began to talk. Naturally, he wasn't stingy with his praise for the beauty of the outside world. The third prince smiled and responded absent-mindedly. Not long after, everyone arrived at the imperial palace and saw the human sovereign in the main hall. The human sovereign hadn't changed much, just like the last time they saw him. The fat old man was only a second-order Emperor realm master, and his vitality had begun to show signs of decline. However, this old man knew how to enjoy life. He was surrounded by beautiful maids, each one of them with a unique charm. Yang Kai didn't know if the old man would one day die in their bellies. The human sovereign wasn't the only one in the hall. Most of the members of the imperial family were present, presumably having received the message from the third prince. All the princes and princesses were looking at Yang Kai with complicated gazes. Yang Kai even caught a glimpse of deep hatred in the human sovereign's turbid eyes. Yang Kai certainly knew that the old man wouldn't welcome his arrival, but he didn't care. Taking a few steps forward, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, human sovereign." Although he wasn't afraid of him, he still had something to ask of him this time. Moreover, if this matter really came to fruition, Yang Kai naturally couldn't be too abrupt in the future war of the two worlds. This attitude obviously surprised the human sovereign and the many princes and princesses. After all, when Yang Kai came last time, he was extremely arrogant and didn't put the imperial family in his eyes. Even the first prince, Fuxiu, was beaten up by him, and the seventh princess, Fuyu, was taught a lesson by him. However, it was precisely because of this that the human sovereign's expression relaxed slightly. He raised his hand and said, "Lord Yang is too polite. Please sit down." Immediately, a beautiful maid brought a chair over and placed it behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai sat down graciously. The third prince stepped forward and whispered a few words in the human sovereign's ear. The human sovereign's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. After the third prince left, the human sovereign looked at Yang Kai. "Lord Yang, I heard from third brother that you came from the outside world?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. The human sovereign said, "So Lord Yang really left this world more than 10 years ago?" Yang Kai said, "Back then, it was thanks to your guidance that I was able to go to the Wrath of the Demon City. It was through the exit near the Wrath of the Demon City that I was able to leave the reincarnation world. Lord Yang is really something." The human sovereign's face was full of admiration. "That exit is only rumored. No one knows if it's true or not, but Lord Yang was able to find it and leave through it. You're the first one in more than 100,000 years to do so. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The last time I left, there were a lot of twists and turns. But the first time is the second time. The second time is familiar. If this king were to do it again, there would definitely not be any problems. It would definitely be extremely smooth. After saying this, he quietly observed the group of princes and princesses. Seeing that there was no abnormal reaction, Yang Kai suddenly felt confident. The human sovereign didn't seem to have any intention of replying. Instead, he asked with a smile. Third brother said that Lord Yang is here to give us a great opportunity. What is it? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes and said in a bewitching tone, I'm going to take you out of here, into a wider world outside. The human sovereign smiled slightly and didn't comment. The princes and princesses also looked indifferent, as if they didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. On the contrary, the third prince frowned, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice their reaction and said loudly, You were all born and raised in this world. You are bound by the laws of this world, and are threatened by the demon race in the city of wrath of the demons. You have never known how vast and wonderful the outside world is. Now that you have a rare opportunity, don't you want to go out and experience the scenery of the great world? Fuyu curled her lips and said, What's so good about the outside world? Yang Kai turned to look at her and grinned. The seventh princess said this because you haven't been to the outside world. If you have, I'm afraid you won't have this idea. Fuyu didn't dare to talk back to him. After all, she had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai last time. Even if she didn't agree with him, she could only keep silent. The human sovereign laughed and said, Then what do we have to pay? Lord Yang, you have come back after all this trouble. You must have something in mind, right? Yang Kai wiped his mouth and stood up. He said with a pained expression, I just don't want to see you live in such an environment. I don't want to see hundreds of thousands of people in the human sovereign city suffer the torment of this world and the demon race. I don't mean to do anything. The human sovereign said in surprise, Lord Yang, I admire you for your noble character. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, If the human sovereign is interested, then there is no time to lose. Please order the people in the city to prepare. We will set off now. As soon as he said this, the human sovereign almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't think I promised you anything. Why are you setting off now? At the same time, he asked curiously, Lord Yang, do you mean that you can take everyone in the human sovereign city with you? Yang Kai smiled faintly. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Regardless of whether this was true or not, the human sovereign couldn't help but be moved. Lord Yang is really something. He pondered for a moment and said, Lord Yang, you must be tired from the journey. Go and rest for a few days. I will seriously consider what you said. Yang Kai glared and said, What's there to consider? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. The human sovereign said patiently, This concerns the future of the entire human sovereign city. I can't make arbitrary decisions. I have to ask for the opinions of the people in the city, right? If some people don't want to leave, I can't force them. This was a good reason. Yang Kai couldn't say anything else. He could only say, Human sovereign is really righteous. In that case, I will wait for your good news. Well said. The human sovereign nodded slightly, and then winked at the third prince. Third prince, take Lord Yang to rest and make arrangements. Yes, father. The third prince cupped his hands and then reached out to Yang Kai. Lord Yang, please. Kai Yang smiled faintly. Thank you for your trouble. He bid farewell to the human sovereign, and then went into the depths of the palace, under the guidance of the third prince. After Yang Kai left, the human sovereign's face suddenly became gloomy. All the princes and princesses turned to look at him. The eldest prince, Fuxia, cupped his hands and said, Father, you can't agree to what Yang Kai said. Fuyu also said, Yes, father. The foundation of our royal family is in the human sovereign city. How can we leave with him? If we really go to the outside world, we won't have any advantages. That bastard from the kingdom of Wolfheart should be killed. Father, let's have him killed. The princes and princesses shouted at the same time. They wanted nothing more than to cut Yang Kai into pieces right now, as if they had some irreconcilable feud with him. Shut up. The human emperor was irritated and shouted. His turbid eyes shone with a terrifying light at this moment. The human sovereign nodded. He glanced at his children and said coldly, "The key is, do you really lure him out of the city? Is old and muddle-headed?" The Fuxia was just saying it casually. Trembled in fear. Now that the human sovereign asked, wouldn't dare. He couldn't explain clearly. The human sovereign snorted. He scratched his ears. How could I not know that the foundation of our royal family is here? How about we let him become the demon race? Our royal family will no longer have any advantages. That's a good idea. How could I not want to take his life to prevent future trouble? The sacred tree won't protect him. That person is protected by the sacred tree. We'll be able to do whatever we want to him. Kill him. The others obviously thought that it was a good idea. How could Yang Kai be so arrogant at the human sovereign eagerly? There were many people in the human sovereign pondered for a long time with higher cultivation than him. There were several third-layer emperor realm cultivators. There can't be any mistakes. Kill him if they work together. The fourth prince cupped his hands excitedly. Protection. Don't worry, no Father. Third-layer emperor realm cultivator could break my head to defense. The human sovereign nodded gently and closed his eyes. The human sovereign city waved his hand slightly. Why don't we lure him out of the city and princesses once he leaves the city? Left, he won't have the sacred tree's protection. Chapter 3400. Yang Kai stayed in the imperial palace for 3 days. During these 3 days, he stayed in his room peacefully, showing no intention of going out, nor did he urge the human sovereign to leave. This made the human sovereign, who had been paying attention to his movements, a little confused. If Yang Kai had acted impatiently, he could have understood, but seeing him act so calm and collected, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but no matter what Yang Kai was planning, the human sovereign would never agree to leave the human sovereign city with Yang Kai and go to the outside world. In the human sovereign city, the imperial family was protected by the holy tree and was superior to others. Just by looking at his second-order emperor realm cultivation, he was already a human sovereign, and several third-order emperor realm masters had to obey him. The human sovereign didn't know what the situation was like in the outside world, but he knew that strength was respected everywhere. The imperial family had been living here peacefully for more than 100,000 years. So how could they leave with Yang Kai so easily and go to a completely clueless world? It was late at night, and all was quiet. In his room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand. The 2 beautiful maids who had been waiting on him in the room bowed and left. It had to be said that although the human sovereign city wasn't big, with a population of only a few million, it was a place full of beautiful women. These 2 beautiful maids were probably carefully selected by the third prince. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, they were top-notch. What was even rarer was that they still had the aura of a young girl, untouched by others. Letting them serve Yang Kai was probably to numb Yang Kai. But unfortunately, although Yang Kai had been talking and laughing with them for the past 3 days, he never had any inappropriate thoughts. After the 2 beautiful maids left, Yang Kai flicked his finger and opened a window. Then he said indifferently, "Since you're here, then show yourself." A dozen breaths later, a middle-aged old man wrapped in a black robe shot through the window. This old man was about 50 years old, with a ruddy complexion and a hale and hearty spirit. His figure was straight, and his aura was restrained, but Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that this man was a third-order emperor realm master. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai smiled and gestured with his hand. At the same time, he picked up the teapot and filled the 2 cups in front of him. The man glanced at Yang Kai and hesitated for a moment before sitting down opposite him. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, as if he was savoring the taste, he asked, "Did Lord Yang bring this tea from the outside world?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that Your Excellency is a tea lover." The man smiled proudly. In life, everyone will have 1 or 2 hobbies. Some people like power, some people like beauties, but this old man only likes tea. It's a pity that there aren't many good teas in this world, and they can't compare to Lord Yang's. Yang Kai sneered. "What kind of tea is this? There are many better teas in the outside world." The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a look of longing appeared on his face. Yang Kai held the teacup and said indifferently, "If I remember correctly, you were with the third prince that day, right?" 3 days ago, when Yang Kai had just arrived at the human sovereign city, The third prince had brought a few people from the emperor realm with him. One of them was this middle-aged man, who was also the only third-order emperor realm master. How could Yang Kai not remember him? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "This old man is Zhou Yuchuan. I'm highly valued by the imperial family, and I'm the imperial guard captain of the human sovereign city. So it's old man Zhou. Pardon my disrespect." Yang Kai put down the teacup and cupped his hands slightly. He smiled and said, "May I know why old man Zhou has come to see this king?" Zhou Yuchuan was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He said, "As the saying goes, it's taboo to talk too much with strangers. However, this old man only wants to ask Lord Yang a question, and I hope that Lord Yang will not hesitate to answer." Yang Kai took a sip of tea and said, "I can take you out of here, and I did just come in from the outside." Zhou Yuchuan's eyes lit up. So master knows why this old man is here. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "When I first came here a few days ago, I told the third prince about it. You were there at the time, so of course you paid attention. The imperial family is not interested in this matter, because they are the imperial family. Here, they are protected by the holy tree, and have a unique advantage. They are superior beings, but it's different outside. However, those who are not part of the imperial family, such as you old man Zhou, it's different. Their standpoints are different, so their considerations are naturally different." Zhou Yuchuan nodded at his words and said, "Lord Yang is right. The imperial family is indeed not interested in this matter. Not only are they not interested, master's words a few days ago have probably made them very uncomfortable." Yang Kai said, "Since I came here and said those words, I naturally know how they will react. However, is this important?" Zhou Yuchuan frowned and said, "Master, are you planning to use force? If they make a wise choice, then so be it. If they disappoint me, then what's wrong with that?" Zhou Yuchuan's brows immediately furrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Forgive this old man for speaking bluntly. Although master is also protected by the holy tree, if the imperial family is unwilling to cooperate, then I'm afraid even the master can't do anything about it. Ideas are thought of by people." Yang Kai chuckled and changed the topic. "Actually, I'd like to know how many people have the same idea as you." Zhou Yuchuan said, "A few of my old brothers have the same idea. I believe that most of the people in the emperor realm would be happy to see this. Not just the people in the emperor realm. There are probably 80 to 90% of those in the human sovereign city who would be willing to follow the master out of this realm. The master doesn't live in this realm, so you don't know how dangerous it is." Yang Kai grinned. "How can the imperial family stop the hearts of the people? It's fine if they follow the will of the heavens, but if they go against the flow, then I don't mind teaching them a lesson." Zhou Yuchuan immediately said seriously, "If the master wants to make a move against the imperial family, then this old man can't interfere. Although this old man also wants to leave this realm, this old man still owes the imperial family a debt of gratitude. It's not just me, but the other old brothers as well." Yang Kai said, "I won't make things difficult for you." Zhou Yuchuan wanted to say something else, but Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look out the window and smiled. "We have guests. Elder Zhou, please excuse yourself for now." Zhou Yuchuan was taken aback when he heard this, because he didn't sense anything at all. However, Yang Kai's words were so incisive that he began to doubt his own judgment. He didn't dare stay for long, and immediately cupped his hands. "Then this old man will take his leave." With that, he scuttled out the window and quickly disappeared. Yang Kai put down his teacup and sat on the spot, waiting quietly. After a short while, the surrounding windows suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 figures rushed in, smashing the windows and doors to pieces. A gust of wind swept up, causing the candles in the room to dim. By the time the candles stabilized again, there were 7 or 8 fierce-looking existences in demonic chi in the room. The demon race. Yang Kai glanced around and raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but laugh. They wanted to taint him with demonic chi and become the demon race. Although he didn't know who in the imperial family was behind this, it was indeed a good way to deal with him. As long as he become the demon race, then he naturally wouldn't be protected by the holy tree, and the imperial family wouldn't have to be afraid of him anymore. He knew that the words he said a few days ago would make the imperial family uncomfortable, and they might even secretly use some means to deal with him. But the situation in front of him was still a little unexpected. These demon race were obviously thrown in by someone, and their cultivations were probably sealed before. One of them was a demon king, comparable to a first-order Emperor realm master, and the others were all demon commanders. With such a lineup, it was obvious that the imperial family had put in a lot of effort. It wasn't surprising that there was a demon race in the human sovereign city. After all, the two races had been fighting in this world for more than 100,000 years, so it was normal for them to have captives. Otherwise, where would the imperial family find these demon race to deal with him in such a hurry? Inside the room, a group of demon race masters filled with malevolent qi immediately turned to stare at Yang Kai after crawling to their feet, their eyes flashing a fierce light. Although they didn't know why they had been released, since there was a human in front of them, they would naturally attack. Under the surge of demonic qi, the demon king and the demon commander rushed over together. In an instant, the demonic qi tumbled, and the scene was terrifying. Yang Kai sat still and didn't even look at them. He raised his hand, and a small black dog appeared in front of him. He brought Return to Ruins with him when he returned to the High Heaven Palace last time. Outside the room, so this was a good time for it to show off its power. From the Emperor realm. Bow Wow obviously didn't understand the situation in Yang Kai's but under the stimulation of the demonic qi, but there was no sound of fighting at all. Its bloody mouth. There was only the sound of a dog barking. Its mouth almost swallowed half of the room. They couldn't help but look at each other with a bite, not knowing what was going on inside. Whether it was the demon king or the demon commander, how could there be a dog in the palace? The bloody mouth also returned to its original appearance. Blew by. Bow Wow stuck out its tongue appeared in front of them. The corner of everyone its mouth. Turned pale with fright. It turned its head to look at Yang Kai and when they saw the person's face clearly. I did a good job, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yang Kai just finished his cup of tea. The fourth prince was so shocked that he took a few steps back, the dog's head and almost fell on his butt. He looked in a certain direction at him indifferently and said, "Stupid." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Then I will make the decision for him. The fourth prince was shocked. What do you want to do? I will take you out of this world. You don't have to thank me. I always like to help people. After saying this, Yang Kai strode in a certain direction. The fourth prince was shocked. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses. He stared in the direction Yang Kai was going. His expression changed and he whispered, "Not good. Quick, go and inform father. Tell him Yang Kai is going to the holy tree." Chapter 3401. The sacred tree was the foundation of the human sovereign city's existence. It was the sacred tree's protection that allowed the human sovereign city to stand tall in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that there was nothing more important to the imperial family than the sacred tree. Therefore, when the fourth prince realized that Yang Kai was heading towards the sacred tree, how could he not panic? Although he did not know what Yang Kai was planning to do, it was clearly not a good sign. The news was immediately sent to the human sovereign city, who was paying close attention to the situation. The human sovereign was shocked and hurried towards the sacred tree, accompanied by many experts from the imperial family and the imperial palace. Hundreds of people quickly arrived at their destination. However, they stopped 300 feet away from the sacred tree. This was because a stone giant covered in sharp barbs and emitting evil fire had appeared in front of them. The stone giant had sharp edges and was several feet tall. It had a ferocious expression, and its entire body exuded a murderous aura. The group of people from the Emperor realm and the imperial family trembled in fear at the sight of it. The human sovereign naturally sensed that this stone giant was not to be trifled with, but he could not figure out where such a big guy had come from. There was no trace of it before. However, at this moment, this big guy was blocking their path. It was obviously Yang Kai's helper. Moreover, from the changes in its expression, it seemed to have its own thoughts and consciousness. The human sovereign pondered for a moment, and did not immediately order his men to attack the embodiment. Instead, he raised his head and shouted, "Lord Yang, it's late. Why is the master not resting, but coming to this forbidden area?" Yang Kai stood under the sacred tree, and reached out to touch the tree trunk that was not very thick. He did not move at all, as if he did not hear the human sovereign's shout. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he seemed to have a resonance with the sacred tree. The sacred tree flickered with a green light that flickered and flickered. Even Yang Kai's body was glowing with a halo. A mysterious and profound aura spread out. The human sovereign's face darkened. He raised his hand slightly and waved it forward. Zhou Yuchuan immediately stepped forward, his emperor's chi surging as he punched out like a dragon. In an instant, a sky full of fist shadows bombarded the embodiment, causing the void to tremble and the four extremities to collapse. There was a series of rumbling sounds. When Zhou Yuchuan pulled back his fist, his eyes narrowed. The stone giant in front of him was actually unscathed. Instead, it grinned at him. A palm the size of a door had already reached out and swatted at him, as if he was swatting a fly. Zhou Yuchuan's face turned pale with fright. He raised his palms to the sky and summoned all of his strength to defend himself. There was a loud boom. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhou Yuchuan's body shook violently. Blood oozed out of his nose and mouth as he staggered backward. His aura had weakened significantly. Everyone's expression changed. In terms of cultivation strength alone, Zhou Yuchuan could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the entire human sovereign city. The other 2 were almost on par with him. It could be said that Zhou Yuchuan was already one of the top experts in the human sovereign city. How could such an existence be unable to withstand the might of the stone giant's palm? Just how strong was this stone giant? What in the world was this thing? The human sovereign's expression changed again. He waved his hand again. This time, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm walked out. It seemed like they wanted to join forces to deal with the embodiment. After all, even Zhou Yuchuan was no match for this stone giant. There was probably no one in the entire human sovereign city who could defeat it. If they wanted to take it down, they could only rely on their advantage in numbers. However, before they could do anything, Yang Kai, who had been standing there with his hand on the tree trunk, suddenly moved. He sighed softly and slowly pulled back his hand. He said calmly, "Human sovereign, I have no intention of causing a big commotion in this world. I just want to take you all out of this world." The human sovereign said in a low voice, "I appreciate Lord Yang's kindness. However, I have no intention of leaving this world. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Lord Yang." Yang Kai turned around and looked at him with a smile. "If it was before, it would have been fine if you didn't want to leave this place. After all, a melon picked forcefully is not sweet. If you want to stay here, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. But now, you have to leave whether you want to or not. It's not up to you." The human sovereign's face was filled with anger. Lord Yang also said that a melon picked forcefully is not sweet. If that's the case, why do you have to make things difficult for us? Yang Kai grinned. "A melon picked forcefully is not sweet, but it quenches my thirst. What kind of bullshit reason is this?" The group of royal family members were stunned. What is Lord Yang's intention? The human sovereign frowned. Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, and that stone giant's strength was even more incredible. If he already had such a powerful force, why did he still want to attack the human sovereign city? What was there for him to be interested in here? In terms of Saint Arts, he also knew Saint Arts, and was not inferior to any of the royal family members. Therefore, the human sovereign really did not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. "You'll find out when you get out." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. The human sovereign slowly shook his head. "Lord Yang wants to take us out of this world, but he won't tell us the reason. Please forgive me for not agreeing. If Lord Yang wants to use force, we royal family members are not cowards. At worst, we'll just fight to the death with the master." Yang Kai sneered. "Death with the master? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if I want to harm you, you won't be able to stop me." The human sovereign said, "Even ants drag out their lives. We won't just sit around and wait for our deaths." Yang Kai nodded. "That's why I'm willing to give you a chance." The human sovereign frowned. "I'd like to hear the details. I'll make a bet with you. If I can get the holy tree to leave with me, I'll ask the human sovereign to order the residents to evacuate from this world." As soon as he said that, the 100 people on the other side looked at each other. The human sovereign's expression changed drastically. So your goal is the holy tree. He had been wondering what Yang Kai was plotting all this time. But now it seemed that he was after the divine tree. Yes, if there was anything in the human sovereign city that could attract someone like him, it would be the holy tree. But then again, if he really took the holy tree away, the human sovereign city would lose its protection. If they didn't leave with him, what else could they do? Stay here and wait for the demonic chi to corrupt them and turn them into demons? The human sovereign flew into a rage. Wishful thinking. Even if I have to fight you to the death today, you won't be able to lay a finger on the holy tree. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. I'm afraid the human sovereign has misunderstood me. I'm not forcing the holy tree to leave with me. I'm letting it choose for itself. If it doesn't want to, I won't force it. Choose for itself? The human sovereign was stunned. How could the holy tree choose for itself? For so many years, although the holy tree had protected the human sovereign city and protected the royal family from harm, the holy tree had never communicated with anyone. Although it was a living thing, it didn't have intelligence. How could it choose for itself? Yang Kai's words stunned him. Yang Kai ignored him. Instead, he turned to the holy tree and said solemnly, Senior Qing, the star boundary is in danger. The demon race is invading. Please lend me a hand. As soon as he said this, a series of rumbling sounds came from the ground below, as if there was an earthquake. Noticing this, everyone's expressions became uncertain. They looked left and right, trying to see where this abnormal sound came from. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the ground cracked open, and roots suddenly shot out from the ground. Then they quickly gathered around the holy tree. Ah, the holy tree! Fuyu cried out. Her hand covered her mouth as shock filled her beautiful eyes. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. The holy tree was actually moving. The holy tree that had stood tall in the human sovereign city for hundreds of thousands of years was actually moving because of an outsider's words. The roots gathered together, and the holy tree's surface shone brightly. Even the entire human sovereign city was bathed in a green glow. The tree crown swayed left and right for a while. Leaves rustled, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, the holy tree was uprooted. Below the roots converged to form a pair of legs. Step by step, the holy tree walked over to Yang Kai and stood still. Many thanks for Senior's help. Yang Kai bowed respectfully. In this world, he was probably the only one who knew the origin of the human sovereign city's holy tree. Even the human sovereign city's royal family probably didn't know much about it. The last time he was here, he had suspected that the human sovereign city's holy tree was related to the evergreen divine tree of ancient times. Azure was the guardian of that era. During the final battle, he sacrificed himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Yang Kai had seen that tragic scene with his own eyes, and was convinced by Azure's righteousness. The current frozen earth looked very much like the site of the final battle of the barbarian demon race. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether this was the case. Perhaps Azure didn't perish back then. Instead, he left behind a trace of his existence that allowed him to grow again in the reincarnation world and protect the hundreds of thousands of human sovereign cities' residents. The current holy tree was the continuation of Azure's will and life. Azure was willing to sacrifice himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Now that the holy tree had inherited his will, how could it ignore the destruction of the demon race? Yang Kai had come first to communicate with the holy tree about this matter. Reality proved that the holy tree had indeed made the choice he wanted. The holy tree has a spirit, the human sovereign muttered absent-mindedly. The group of royalty and members of the emperor realm were even more flabbergasted. What do you think? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the human sovereign. The human sovereign seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. There was deep resentment and helplessness between his brows. He was resentful because Yang Kai wanted to take them away from this world. The royalty didn't want to leave this place. Just as Yang Kai had said before, they were high and mighty here. It didn't matter if their cultivation was inferior to others. The royalty was the most noble existence in the human sovereign city. However, if they left this place, what was the royalty? They were helpless because the holy tree had made its choice. What could they do? Without the protection of the holy tree, the royalty was no longer the royalty. You will destroy the human sovereign city. The human sovereign gnashed his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Human sovereign is wrong. I won't destroy the human sovereign city. There can be no construction without destruction. I'm just giving you a chance to be reborn." Chapter 3402. Does Lord Yang insist on doing this? The human sovereign looked at him with grief and indignation. Yang Kai said solemnly, "The arrow is already nocked. It has to be fired." After a pause, he continued, "But human sovereign, please rest assured, even if you go to the outside world, your royal family will still be looked upon favorably. You don't have to worry about being ostracized." Yang Kai's main purpose in coming to the reincarnation world was to deal with the royal family. They were ready-made great wizard, especially the several princes and princesses with outstanding aptitude. They were all wizard king level existences. Naturally, the human sovereign was also a wizard king, and a high-rank wizard king at that. If he could get their help, many fewer people in the star boundary would die in the war against the demon race in the future. So, he had to take the royal family away no matter what. The human sovereign sighed deeply and said, "This emperor knows that Lord Yang has great means and can freely enter and leave this world. But do you know how many people there are in my human sovereign city?" Yang Kai said, "If the human sovereign is worried that I can't take everyone to recover, then there is no need to worry." The human sovereign agreed not to mention a single human sovereign city. He seemed to be in high spirits. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, to the outside I can still take them away. There were hundreds of thousands of residents in the city of human sovereign stars in the territory of the star boundary. So it was impossible for them to evacuate immediately. Expanding its territory, the human sovereign needed to make an announcement. There were hundreds of millions of living beings also needed cultivation star. 3 days was not too much, not too little. And now they were all living and working in peace in the small had nothing to do. So he went to the small sovereign city's population. Somewhere in the human sovereign was shocked. He marked out a territory for the hundreds of thousands of people. One had to know that there were hundreds of thousands of people to live in the human sovereign city. After these people entered the small figure out how Yang Kai didn't plan to let them out, and instinctively felt that he was talking nonsense. To find a place to house hundreds of thousands of people. Then human sovereign, please wait and see. Was different. Let me put it this way. Yang Kai was the ruler of this world. If there is a single person left in the city, with a single thought, the human sovereign rose and fell down with you, and a new city suddenly appeared in the open wilderness. What else could the city of human sovereign say? At first glance, it was only because he was unwilling to give up. City, but now that even the holy tree had made its choice, from time to time, Yang Kai withdrew from the small sealed world. The city of human sovereign the human would no longer be with his divine sovereign. Observing the layout and layout of the human sovereign city, before entering the small sealed compromised to complete the construction of the new city. Relief. In less than 2 days, if it wasn't necessary, the new human sovereign city was with the royal family. After all, was located in a fertile land. He still had to rely on them when he went out. And there were other cities nearby. And it wouldn't be good for either of them to have a bad relationship. Human sovereign city. However, he also knew that if he did that, moving in, the royal family would not have a good impression of him. While he was renovating the new human sovereign city. In any case, heard a knock when they were outside, sweeping the doors would be there to intimidate them. Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Of course, the sooner the better, and said, "It would be best if the human sovereign could give the order now." And a beautiful figure walked in the city prepared, carrying a food box. The human sovereign nodded and said, "Yang Kai didn't know what was inside. I will give the order now." The person turned around and closed the door. "We will leave this realm with Lord Yang," and said softly, "Thank you, human sovereign." Yang Kai cupped his hands. Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. The human sovereign left with a group of royal family members and royal guards. The person who came was the seventh princess behind to talk to the holy tree for a while before among the imperial family. He didn't take the holy tree away. Was extremely good. After all, and she was now in the city of human sovereign, but a low-rank wizard king. And there was still a gap between her and the third prince. The original guest room had been destroyed today, so Zhou Yuchuan looked even more beautiful than usual. To arrange a new room. She wore a light green dress that accentuated her graceful figure. By the embodiment her snow-white breasts were faintly discernible. Her white arms were exposed, as if she had just taken a bath. Her beautiful hair was still slightly damp, causing one's imagination to run wild and fanciful. Hearing this question, Fuyu smiled and walked over with the food box. Kneeling in front of Yang Kai, she opened the food box and took out the food one by one, saying, "You saw that master hadn't come out for a few days, so she personally cooked some food and brought it over. I hope master doesn't dislike it." When she took the plates, her body was slightly bent, so Yang Kai could see a large part of her chest with a casual glance. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was she using the soft approach when the hard approach didn't work? He also knew that the human sovereign city wouldn't continue to pester him about leaving this world. It was just that the human sovereign city was probably worried that he would be treated harshly if he went out. So they used this method to establish a good relationship with him. Otherwise, why would Princess Fuyu do such a thing? Not to mention the fact that he and Princess Fuyu weren't on good terms before. Thinking of this, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Princess Yu is considerate. I didn't expect Princess Yu to have such culinary skills." Fuyu looked up at him and smiled. "I'm afraid it won't be to Master's liking." As she spoke, she picked up the wine pot and filled Yang Kai's cup. She stretched out her hand and said, "Master, please have a taste." Yang Kai picked up his chopsticks and casually picked up a bit, then took a sip of wine. Naturally, he wasn't stingy with his praise. Hearing this, Fuyu smiled brightly and eagerly poured wine and picked up food. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere in the room was harmonious. Fuyu saw that Yang Kai didn't put on any airs and was easy to get along with, so she boldly asked, "Master, what is the outside world like?" Yuer has never been to the outside world, so I'm a little curious, but also a little afraid. Yang Kai put down his chopsticks and smiled. "What are you afraid of?" Fuyu pouted and said with a girlish expression, "They say that there are many very powerful people out there, and they will start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Yuer's cultivation is low, so I don't know if I can protect myself outside." Yang Kai laughed. "There are indeed many powerful people out there, and there are many cases of people starting a fight at the slightest disagreement." Fuyu's expression immediately changed. "Is that so?" Yang Kai said, "But Princess Yu, you don't have to worry. Your cultivation is above average in the outside world, so you still have the ability to protect yourself." "Above average? That's not high." Fuyu's face was full of worry. Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Don't worry. When your royal family goes outside, there will naturally be strong people following by your side to take care of you. They will definitely not let anything happen to you." Fuyu's bright and beautiful eyes blinked. "Why?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looking unfathomable. Fuyu gritted her teeth, but she couldn't force him. She could only keep pouring wine, as if she was hoping to get Yang Kai drunk, and then get some useful information from him. Yang Kai wouldn't get drunk so easily. He ate all the side dishes and drank all the wine without changing his expression. Helpless, Fuyu could only say, "It's late, does Lord Yang want to rest?" When she said this, she lowered her head, as if she didn't dare to look into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai stared deeply at her, making her feel uncomfortable. He then said, "And Princess, you should also go back and rest." Fuyu felt as if she had been pardoned. She stood up and tidied up the dishes. She bowed and said, "Then Yuer will take her leave." She turned around and ran out. "Princess Yu," Yang Kai suddenly called out to her. Fuyu's delicate body trembled. She turned around and forced out a smile. "Master, do you have any other orders?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "I don't dare to say anything about the outside world, but there are countless young talents. I believe that Princess Yu will be able to find a suitable husband outside." Fuyu was startled. Yang Kai's words evoked a sense of anticipation. She smiled and said, "Then I'll take advantage of Master's auspicious words." She left the room, closed the door and quickly left. Not long after, in the human sovereign's bedroom, Fuyu went to report the results of this trip. Hearing that Yang Kai had no intention of keeping Fuyu to accompany him, the human sovereign couldn't help but sigh. Fuyu's late-night visit was naturally his arrangement. He knew nothing about the outside world, and could only rely on Yang Kai. He naturally wanted to tie the royal family and Yang Kai together, and the only thing he could use was his beauty. If he could make Fuyu and Yang Kai work together tonight, then he wouldn't have to worry about Yang Kai not taking care of the royal family. Unfortunately, that guy wasn't tempted, making the human sovereign feel rather helpless. "Father, I don't think that Lord Yang is an evil person. Bringing us out may not be a bad thing," the human sovereign said. "He's using every possible means to bring our royal family out of this world. He must be plotting something against us. It's just that even I can't guess what he's thinking. I was hoping that you could go and investigate, but you didn't find out anything. Your daughter is incompetent. Fuyu bit her red lips. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. When we're outside, we'll naturally know what he's trying to do. The human sovereign sighed and waved his hand. You may leave. Chapter 3403. 3 days passed in a flash, and on the square of the human sovereign city, hundreds of thousands of people gathered from all directions with their families. In front of Yang Kai, a pitch-black tunnel entrance floated quietly in the air, like an invisible beast opening its bloody maw. No matter how many people walked in, they were all swallowed up. This entrance was naturally the entrance to the sealed world bead. Manifesting this entrance was for convenience's sake. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have to take the hundreds of thousands of people into the sealed world bead one by one. Letting them walk in by themselves was naturally much more convenient. The eyes of the group from the imperial family were full of curiosity, constantly lingering on the entrance. Obviously, they wanted to know what the hell this thing was that could swallow so many people. But since Yang Kai didn't want to say, they couldn't ask. Time passed by. It took Yang Kai a full day and night to arrange for all the residents of the human sovereign city. After entering the sealed world bead, they would naturally appear in the new human sovereign city. This was a city built by Yang Kai himself, and its defenses were impregnable. These hundreds of thousands of people would live in the sealed world bead in the future, and would no longer be affected by the strange world principles of the reincarnation world. A group of the imperial family and the Emperor Realm's residents were also taken in, but Yang Kai placed them in another place. The war between the two worlds still required their help, so the final destination of their journey was naturally not the sealed world bead. The divine tree was transplanted to the medicine garden by Yang Kai, forming a triangle with the immortal tree and the firmament tree. When everything was ready, the city was already empty. The reincarnation world, which had not changed for more than 100,000 years, had changed today because of the arrival of Yang Kai. Yang Kai leapt up and flew off in the direction of Demon Fury City. The exit to this world was close to Demon Fury City. Another day later, Yang Kai arrived above Demon's Fury City, lowered his head, and summoned the endless devouring abyss before pointing his finger down. Bow Wow's eyes lit up. His small body turned into a beam of black light and darted toward the city. A short moment later, the raging demon city was in chaos. Countless demon race members were scrambling to escape, screaming in fear. The return to ruins opened its bloody mouth, and wherever it passed, the demon race was completely wiped out. They were all swallowed into its stomach. It was like the nemesis of the demon race. Even Demon King level powerhouses were nothing in front of it, and the strongest in Demon Fury City was only the Demon King. The last time he came here, Yang Kai was in a hurry to find the exit and leave this world, so he didn't have the time to care about the demon race in Demon's Fury City. This time, however, he wouldn't show any mercy. The demon race had already invaded the star boundary. If one day, the demon race of this world had a chance to escape and go to the star boundary, they would only torment the creatures of the star boundary. Return to ruins wreaked havoc in the city for a day, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. There were still some that escaped, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He grabbed Bow Wow and rushed toward the exit. Just like the last time, a cold wind blew from the entrance, enough to freeze one's soul. Even Yang Kai couldn't withstand this cold wind for long. However, with Bow Wow leading the way, Yang Kai wasn't affected. The cold wind was swallowed into Bow Wow's stomach, disappearing without a trace. Last time, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and the others had also relied on Bow Wow's strength to leave this place. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been traveling in the cold wind before he felt a fluctuation of space force in front of him. Knowing that he had reached the exit, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, picked up Bow Wow, and rushed in. Floating in the void, Yang Kai retraced his steps and once again felt the aura of the star boundary. In other words, the exit of the reincarnation world was not only connected to the star boundary, but also to the demon territory. It was similar to the small world where he found Lan Sun and the others. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that when he left the reincarnation world last time, he went directly to the Western Territory, and the small world that was shattered was also in the Western Territory. Could there be some kind of elusive relationship between the two? If this was the case, he would have to pay close attention to the frozen earth. Otherwise, if the demon race invaded from the frozen earth one day, the Northern Territory would probably become the next Western Territory. Following the aura of the star boundary, Yang Kai tore through space and saw the light again. What he saw caused Yang Kai to furrow his brow. The surrounding land was barren. If that was all, it would be fine. The Western Territory was more desolate than the other territories. But what made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable was that this land was full of demonic qi and had been reduced to a demon land. Not far away, there was a small team of devil clan patrolling. The leader was a devil commander. Yang Kai's appearance had undoubtedly alarmed them, and this demon race squad immediately turned to look at him. The demon commander leading them even grinned at Yang Kai before a blood-red light erupted from his body, and his figure flickered as he rushed over. The smell of blood rushed to Yang Kai's face, and this aura seemed to make people uneasy and greatly reduce their courage. Blood demon. This was a common method used by blood demons to deal with enemies, and it often worked wonders. Even if the strength of an opponent was equal, once they were intimidated by this bloody aura, their strength would plummet. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow, slowly reached out, and grabbed the blood demon. The blood demon's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes wide, and a look of horror overflowed from his face. He struggled with all his might, but with Yang Kai holding him by the neck, he couldn't move at all. The group of demon soldiers, following the blood demon commander, suddenly stopped. Even their demon commander was caught by this human in front of them. So how could these demon soldiers be a match for him? Seeking fortune and avoiding disaster was the instinct of every creature, so they would naturally make the wisest choice. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply squeezed his hand, causing the blood demon to explode into a pool of blood. Yang Kai's emperor qi protected his body, so not a single drop of blood touched him. Seeing this, the group of demon soldiers immediately turned around and ran. Yang Kai coldly snorted and slammed his palm down. A huge palm print came down from the sky and smashed the group of demon soldiers into dust. Such a group of existences was naturally nothing in the eyes of the current Yang Kai. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand, but the current situation made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. He didn't use the space beacon, but instead flew into the air and sped all the way. He wanted to see the changes in the Western Territory with his own eyes. It hadn't been long since he left, at most 1 to 2 months, and this was because he had wasted a lot of time searching for the entrance to the reincarnation world in the frozen earth. Otherwise, it would have been even shorter. In a mere 1 to 2 months, the situation in the astral boundary shouldn't have changed too much. After all, the 7 great emperors had already appeared, and it was enough to stabilize the situation. However, there was still a trace of unease in his heart, and he needed to verify it with his own eyes. The more he flew forward, the uglier Yang Kai's expression became. Along the way, all he passed was the demon land. It was as if he didn't return to the astral boundary, but to the demon territory. The demon land's area was so big, although the demon land's area was not small, it was at most a few 100,000 miles in radius. However, it seemed that it was definitely more than that. Could it be that even the great emperors couldn't stop the development of the situation? The more he investigated, the more shocked Yang Kai became. The demon land's territory was now vast, and the cities and villages he passed by had become a paradise for the demon race. There were also some places where demonic qi soared into the sky. It was visible to the naked eye, and he didn't know what kind of demon existed there. Half a day later, a city appeared in front of him. Yang Kai looked at it with full strength, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The city had no traces of being eroded by demonic qi, and it was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would have really thought that he had run into the demon territory. However, Yang Kai soon discovered another situation. 100 miles outside the city, demonic qi converged, and an army of the demon race was setting up camp there. There were countless people, and a rough estimate was that there were hundreds of thousands of them. They were confronting the city from a distance, and there was a faint intention to attack at any time. Even if Yang Kai hadn't entered the city, he could feel the panic of the residents in the city. He frowned slightly and flew straight to the city. Not long after, he arrived outside the city. He glanced around and saw two big words engraved above the city gate: Tiger's Roar. This was probably the name of the city. However, at this moment, Tiger's Roar City was in a state of panic. The Great Defender Array had been activated, and there were not many people on the streets in the city. The doors of every house were closed. Only on the city walls, there were cultivators patrolling. When they saw Yang Kai, the patrollers looked at him, as if they were facing a great enemy. After seeing that there were no traces of demonic chi on Yang contributed a lot. They couldn't help but feel for themselves. They shouted. The cultivator who shouted had also heard of him. Tell me your name. So when he heard Yang Kai introduce himself like Yang Kai, he didn't dare to be negligent. Loudly. Yang Kai was somewhat famous in the three territories of the astral boundary. We need to verify your identity in the southern territory before we can let you in. Northern territory. Yang Kai nodded and waited that he was very famous. From time to time, everyone knew him. He would look at the situation of the western territory 100 miles away. Not many people had heard of him. In less than 30 breaths of time, the cultivator who shouted was obviously from the western territory wall. Naturally, open the array. He didn't know who Yang Kai was. But nowadays, held an array plate. There were indeed many cultivators from other territories. The great city barrier array cracked open. They fought together with the natives of the western territory. A person came up to him and cupped the invasion of the demon race. Lord Yang. Yang Kai nodded. The person continued, Lord Yang, please hurry to the city lord's mansion. Several masters are waiting there for you. They have something important to discuss. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, who are they? The person smiled faintly. It is inconvenient for this humble one to offend the master's name. Lord Yang will know when he arrives. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him. In any case, he would know later. Immediately, under the guidance of another person, he rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 3404. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Roaring Tiger City. This city was slightly smaller than the human sovereign city, but not by much. It was roughly estimated that there were 200,000 to 300,000 residents here. Yang Kai flew along with the cultivator leading the way. Before he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he sensed a few familiar auras. He immediately understood and smiled. After entering the city lord's mansion, he saw a few familiar faces standing there. Li Jiao was the first to greet him and cupped his fists. Brother Yang. Gao Shueting nodded slightly at him. Qi Gui also grinned. Since Brother Yang is here, we can rest easy. We can finally have a good night's sleep tonight. The small Roaring Tiger City actually gathered the masters of the Emperor Realm from the 3 territories of the Star Boundary. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 3 more from the Emperor Realm. One was a second-order Emperor Realm master, while the other 2 were first-order. However, Yang Kai did not recognize them. Judging from their attire, they should be native cultivators from the Western Territory. They were probably the original rulers of Roaring Tiger City. Yang Kai nodded with a smile and greeted the 3 of them one by one. Then he turned his gaze to the 3 from the Emperor Realm that he did not recognize and asked, these are? Li Jiao hurriedly pointed to the second-order Emperor Realm Master and said, this is Roaring Tiger City's City Lord Lin Tong. He then pointed to the other 2 and said, these 2 are Wu Zijin and Ma Yin, Vice City Lords of Roaring Tiger City. Then he introduced the 3 of them. This is the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master Yang that this Li mentioned before. The 3 of them looked solemn and cupped their fists. Greetings, Palace Master Yang. In the world of martial Tao, strength was everything. Among the people present, the 3 from Roaring Tiger City were not the strongest. Even Li Jiao, a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, was polite to Yang Kai, so how could the 3 of them dare to slight him? Not to mention, the 3 of them had heard Li Jiao speak highly of Yang Kai more than once. His reputation was well-deserved, especially now that Roaring Tiger City was besieged by the demon race's army. One more member of the Emperor Realm meant one more power to protect themselves. Among these 3 people, City Lord Lin Tong and Vice City Lord Wu Zijin were men, while the other Vice City Lord Ma Yin was a woman. She had the unique appearance of a cultivator in the Western Territory. She had a high nose bridge, big eyes, a tall figure, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She wore a tight suit, which made her waist and but even more eye-catching. In addition to her foreign territory style and the emperor realm cultivation, it was easy for people to have the desire to conquer her. Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting, then turned to Li Jiao and asked, "Why are you guys here?" Li Jiao let out a long sigh. "It's a long story. What's the situation?" Yang Kai frowned. "Along the way, I found that the Demon Lands area has expanded a lot. Could it be that the great emperors were unable to control the situation?" "What's the situation in the Western Territory now?" Gao Shueting said. "Half of the Western Territory has already fallen, and the demon race is still constantly encroaching on the territory of the Western Territory." Yang Kai was shocked. "How is that possible?" Li Jiao said. "The great emperors have already retreated, and the demon race is coming in full force. We are no match for them, so we can only fight and retreat." Yang Kai was stunned. "Why did the great emperors retreat?" Li Jiao shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I heard that the great emperors had a secret discussion with the demon saint in the demon territory. It seems that they agreed that neither side will make a move, and only the great emperors and the demon saint will fight. So the great emperors won't be able to help us in the war between the two realms." Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Gao Shueting said, "The great emperors had no choice. If they really were to fight with the demon saint, the situation would only be worse. Now that the strongest forces on both sides are restricted, it is for the best." Although her cultivation was not as high as Li Jiao's, she understood more than Li Jiao. The great emperors and the demon saint were existences on the same level. If they really fought, it would definitely cause unimaginable damage to the astral plane. Perhaps the aftermath of the attack would cause countless deaths and injuries to the low-level members of both sides. Moreover, if the demon saint really ran to the depths of the astral plane to commit crimes, even the great emperors would not be able to easily stop it. Now that everyone had agreed not to make a move, it was indeed the best situation, because this would be beneficial to the astral plane. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became slightly better, and he said in a deep voice, "It is not difficult to understand why the great emperors are willing to do this. But why would the demon saint agree to this? This is tantamount to binding one's hands and feet." Gao Shueting said, "The demon saint is not confident that he can win against the great emperors. Moreover, they already regard the astral plane as their own territory, so they are naturally unwilling to cause more damage." "Wild ambitions?" Yang Kai snorted coldly, paused and said, "In that case, we can only rely on ourselves now." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. "Moreover, because too much of the Western territory has been occupied, the front line has been stretched infinitely. The reinforcements from the three territories have been scattered, so the few of us are in charge of this place." Yang Kai understood. He was wondering why the three of them were here before, but now it seemed that they had no choice. The front line had been stretched, so the reinforcements from the three territories naturally had to be dealt with separately. Gathering in one place was indeed powerful, but it could not stop the movements of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "When we came here, I saw the demon race's army stationed 100 kilometers away, and there are at least 300,000 to 400,000 people. Can Roaring Tiger City resist them?" Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "If we rely on the power of the array, and gather the strength of the entire city, and the reinforcements brought by the three of us, we will probably have a 50-50 chance." It was not that he was overestimating the enemy's morale and belittling his own, but the demon race's army was too large. Roaring Tiger City only had a few 100,000 people, but not all of them could fight the demon race. Most of them did not have any combat ability at all, and were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. "How many people can be mobilized here?" Yang Kai asked. "At most, there are only 50,000 people." 50,000 against 300,000 to 400,000 was indeed a huge difference. Yang Kai could certainly set up a spatial array, but in the current situation, he probably could not summon any reinforcements from other places. If Roaring Tiger City was already like this, The situation in other places should not be optimistic either. How many people from the Emperor realm do we have? Yang Kai asked again. Li Jiao said, apart from the few of us, there are 4 more in the city. Yang Kai nodded. That was to say, there were a total of 11 people from the Emperor realm in the city. In terms of high-end combat power, they should not be inferior to the human race. Although the demon race had 300,000 to 400,000 people, there should not be too many demon king. So it was not impossible to fight them. What's more, although he seemed to be alone, in fact, the masters of the human sovereign city were all in the small sealed world. The vice city lord Wu Zijin suddenly spoke. Everyone, Roaring Tiger City may not be safe. Shouldn't we make plans early? Everyone turned their heads and looked at him. Yang Kai asked, Brother Wu, what's your plan? Wu Zijin smiled faintly and said, you flatter me. It's just that the demon race has many people while our Roaring Tiger City is few. If the city is really breached, I'm afraid the hundreds of thousands of people in the city will not be able to survive. What this Wu means is to arrange for them to leave as soon as possible, lest they be slaughtered by the demon race. Li Jiao frowned and said, Brother Wu, the battle hasn't started yet, and the demon race is still 100 kilometers away. Why do you look like we've already lost? Before, our chances of winning were 50-50, but now that Brother Yang is here, our chances of winning are 80-20. Forget about hundreds of thousands of people from the demon race. So what if there are 1 million of them? He was a little annoyed. He and the others had rushed over from the 3 territories of the east, south, and north to support the Western Territory, in order to alleviate the situation in the Western Territory and prevent the invasion of the demon race. His helpers hadn't even said anything yet, but Wu Zijin, the city lord of Roaring Tiger City, had already given up before the battle, which naturally made him a little annoyed. If he really did as Wu Zijin said, then he would definitely be in a mess. At that time, who should he arrange for people to evacuate, and who should stay behind to defend against the enemy? It would definitely be troublesome. He didn't want to have internal strife before the demon race arrived. Wu Zijin hurriedly said, Master Li, please don't be angry. I just said it casually. If Master Li thinks it's inappropriate, then this Wu is just joking. Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, It's better not to make such jokes. Wu Zijin looked embarrassed and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Ma Yin's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Kai a few more times. She didn't expect Li Jiao to hold Yang Kai in such high esteem. The 50-50 situation became 80-20 just because of one person's arrival. Was this possible? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, City Lord Lin Tong hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over and said, The demon race hasn't arrived yet, so I think it's better to monitor the situation over there for the time being. If they really do make a move, we'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Li Jiao nodded and said, City Lord Lin is right. Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai and said, It would be even better if we could get some more reinforcements. With our current strength, it's still a little difficult to deal with the demon race. Yang Kai nodded and said, I'll take care of this. Even if Gao Shueting didn't say this, Yang Kai had already planned to give it a try. It would be best if they could get reinforcements, but if they couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he had to make arrangements for the great wizard he brought back. Since he had brought them back, he naturally had to do his best. However, there were still 20 to 30 members of the royal family, and 4 or 5 of them were great wizards. He couldn't arrange for all of them to be stationed in Roaring Tiger City. Yang Kai made a new space spirit bead and handed it to Gao Shueting. He then reminded her, If there's any movement on the demon race's side, inform me immediately. Understood. Gao Shueting nodded seriously and put the space spirit bead on her wrist. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lin Tong and the others were dumbfounded by this miraculous method. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, outside another city, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Before he could react, a violent force had already engulfed him, making him feel as if his body was floating, and he couldn't control it. Yang Kai was shocked. Although this force wasn't as strong as the great emperor's, it was at least at the level of a false emperor. He hurriedly circulated his emperor's chi and slapped out with his palm. With a boom, a surging force overflowed and sent him flying 1,000 feet away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, but his palm hurt. Looking up, a tall and sturdy figure had already charged over. It was a demon that was as tall as an iron tower. The aura emitted from his body was several times stronger than that of a demon king. His eyes were glaring with anger, and he looked ferocious. A false emperor-level demon race? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 3405. Space principles fluctuated as a figure appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched forward, forcing the false emperor demon race to retreat. The figure then turned around and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Wuyi. Yang Kai was not surprised. After all, he had used the space spirit bead to teleport to Li Wuyi's side. Who would have thought that he would encounter Li Wuyi in a fierce battle with the demon race's masters and accidentally get involved in the battle? "I'm fine." Yang Kai cracked his neck and slowly shook his head. Li Wuyi said, "Retreat to the side first, I'll talk to you later." Saying so, he once again pounced on the demon race. In an instant, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Li Wuyi was known as the strongest person in the star boundary below the great emperors, and possessed the space divine technique. Even among the false emperors, he was an existence that looked down on all heroes. Although the demon race was extremely powerful, he was obviously not a match for him. However, this demon race should be a power demon. He was strong, had thick skin, and had outstanding defense. Although Li Wuyi had the upper hand, he could not do anything to him for the time being. Not only were these two masters fighting to the death, but on the vast battlefield, nearly 1,000,000 star boundary cultivators and the demon race were fiercely fighting, with people falling to the ground at every moment. 30 kilometers away from the battlefield, a city stood with a dazzling spirit array. Yang Kai understood that the situation here was not much different from Roaring Tiger City. Both sides were defending the city, but the battle here had already broken out, unlike Roaring Tiger City, where the demon race was still eyeing the city covetously, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai naturally could not just stand by and watch. He quickly summoned the myriad sword and charged into the enemy, cutting down the demon race wherever he went. The scale of the demon race here was much larger than that of the Roaring Tiger City. There were also more experts, and there were even fake emperors. However, there was only one of them. The rest were all Demon King. With Yang Kai's current strength, he naturally didn't fear the Demon King level demon race. He single-handedly slaughtered his way in and out of the demon race's camp. Almost no one could stop him. Half a day later, both sides finally beat the gong to retreat. Countless corpses were left on the ground. While the astral plane side had suffered great losses, the demon race's side did not fare well either. It could be said that both sides had suffered great losses. Li Wui had no intention of pursuing them. After all, he didn't have the upper hand, so he ordered his troops to return to the city and rest. Inside the city lord's mansion, Li Wui cleaned himself up and changed into a clean set of clothes. Only then did he have the time to speak with Yang Kai. "Senior, what is the situation with the great emperors?" Yang Kai was eager to know what kind of agreement the great emperors and the demon saint had reached. Unexpectedly, both sides' strongest forces were biding their time. Li Wui asked, "You heard the news?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "I just came from Roaring Tiger City. I saw Li Jiao, senior sister Gao, and the others." Li Wui said, "Then they must have explained the reason to you." "Well, the general reason is similar to what they said. There are other reasons." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Li Wui said, "The other reason is because of the Bright Moon Master." "Please enlighten me, senior," Yang Kai said solemnly. Li Wui sighed. "The Bright Moon Master seems to be trapped somewhere in the demon territory. The demon saint said that if the great emperors dare to make a move, they will turn back to the demon territory and deal with the Bright Moon Master first. On the other hand, if the great emperors wait and see, they will not act rashly." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. "So, this proposal was first proposed by the demon territory?" Li Wui said, "Yes, the great emperors were forced to do so. The Bright Moon Master was trapped in the demon territory in order to free the other three masters. His noble character and unquestionable integrity are amazing. At this time, the Bright Moon Master is in trouble, so the other masters naturally cannot sit idly by. If they really force the demon saint to deal with the Bright Moon Master, I'm afraid that no matter how strong the Bright Moon Master is, it will end in tragedy. After all, that is the demon territory." Yang Kai looked puzzled. But what good does the demon saint's proposal have for them? They came to invade the star boundary, so why would they bind their hands and feet? They could have gathered their strength and dealt with the great emperors first, or even captured them. Wouldn't they have a greater advantage then? Li Wui slowly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the whole story. Although he could obtain some information that others didn't know, his knowledge was limited. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "What were the great emperor's original intentions? Were they happy to see it happen, or were they forced to stop?" "Let's go with the flow," Li Wui replied. "What if the Bright Moon Master can escape?" Li Wui slowly shook his head. "It's difficult." "What if?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. Li Wui said, "There is always a demon behind this. Although the demon saint's proposal is beneficial to the star boundary, it is definitely more beneficial to the demon territory. If the Bright Moon Master can really escape, I believe the great emperors will take action again. It's just that no one knows what the demon territory is planning, not even the great emperors." Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he fell into deep thought. Li Wui said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. The great emperors will worry about the Bright Moon Master. They will definitely find a way to deal with it. As for you, didn't you say you went to the frozen earth? Why are you back so soon? How did it go?" Yang Kai grinned. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Li Wui's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Where?" Yang Kai waved his hand, and figures immediately appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people in the hall. After the human sovereign and the others appeared, they were naturally at a loss, not understanding their situation. Li Wui looked at them with shining eyes and asked excitedly, "Are they all?" He knew what Yang Kai was doing in the frozen earth, so when he saw hundreds of people, he thought they were all great wizards. Yang Kai laughed. "Only the royal family is." There are probably less than 20 of them. The others are not. The human sovereign and the others were confused, but when they heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Li Wui, they all turned their heads to look. Yang Kai looked at them and said, "Everyone, this is the outside world, but the situation may be a little different from what you think. This world is now suffering from the demon race, so I may need your help to fight against the demon race, especially the royal family." The human sovereign's mouth twitched when he heard this. He already knew that Yang Kai didn't have good intentions when he went to the human sovereign city, but he couldn't figure out what Yang Kai's intentions were. Only now did he understand. It turned out that the outside world was no better than the reincarnation world. This place had already been invaded by the demon race. Yang Kai went to the human sovereign city and forcibly took the royal family away, undoubtedly because he wanted the royal family's holy technique. However, no one had a bigger fist. Even though the human sovereign was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was no longer the human sovereign city, and it was not his territory. He said with a bleak expression, "Lord Yang, don't worry, the royal family will do our best." Yang Kai immediately showed a satisfied smile. He originally planned to use reason and force if the human sovereign didn't listen, but he didn't expect them to be so smart. It saved him a lot of trouble. "Senior, I'll leave these people to you. You can do whatever you want with them. I'll go take a look at the High Heaven Palace's situation," Yang Kai said, then left. Li Wui was a fake emperor. He definitely had a way to subdue these people in the human sovereign city. Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much. He was only responsible for bringing them out. After giving his instructions, he immediately activated a space spirit bead on his wrist and disappeared instantly. The front line in the Western Territory was very long. He didn't know what the situation was with the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements, so he naturally had to go take a look. After a short while, Yang Kai appeared in another city, next to Shuiyu. Seeing him suddenly appear, Shuiyu was naturally surprised and called for the Shanqing Luo. After asking a little, he understood the situation here. As he expected, the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements had also occupied a city in the Western Territory. They were working together with the cultivator of this city to fight against the demon race army besieging the city. However, the situation here was much better than Roaring Tiger City and Li Wuyi's, because not only were there 6 monster kings here, but there were also people from Ice Heart Valley. The 6 monster kings were the ones who served in the High Heaven Palace before. There were 3 men and 3 women, each comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Coupled with Ice Heart Valley's the Emperor Realm, the lineup Perhaps
could be
there were other
described as
cities in the
luxurious.
same situation
Moreover,
as Roaring Tiger
the number
City,
of cultivators
but he did not care
in
so
this
much.
city was not small.
Roaring Tiger
They
City
could
was
mobilize
because
as
Li Jiao
many
and
as
Gao
100,000
were
people.
there.
Just half a
Otherwise,
day ago,
he would be
the
too
two
lazy
sides
to
pay
pay
attention
attention
to
to
it.
it.
The
The great emperor's side won a great
coordinate
victory
and dispatch
killing
the great
tens
emperors.
of thousands of people
Although the
from
great
the demon
emperors
race
could not act
and
rashly
forcing the demon
because
race
of the agreement
to
with
retreat
the demon
100
saint.
kilometers.
It was not a
However,
problem for them
the demon
to stay
race
behind
did not
and
withdraw
plan strategies.
They were probably
The
waiting
fighting
for
on the
reinforcements
battlefield
to
seemed
make
to
a
have
comeback.
made Su Yen
But in the
and
current
the others grow
situation,
up a lot.
if the
Their
demon
auras
race
were
did
much
not
more
dispatch a
stable
fake
than before.
emperor, while
It
he
would
was
be
talking
impossible
to the
for
3
them
women
to do anything
the
to
door
the
was
city.
suddenly kicked
The 6
open.
monster
A
kings
beautiful
alone were
figure wrapped
equivalent
in a
to
cold aura
100,000
rushed in.
demon race soldiers.
Her beautiful eyes
After
looking coldly
understanding
at
the
Yang Kai.
situation, Su
Yang
Yen and
Kai
the
felt
others
a
turned
little
to look at
relieved.
her.
He
Then
did not
looked at
have to
Yang
worry
Kai.
about the High
Yang
Heaven
Kai coughed
Palace's
softly,
reinforcements
feeling
for the
a
time
little
being.
embarrassed.
But he needed to pay more
put away the
attention to
coldness on
roaring
her
Tiger
face
City and said with a gentle smile, "Sisters, can you leave for a moment? Elder sister has something to talk to him alone." Shanqing Luo glanced at her and said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you want to talk alone?" Shuiyu nodded and said, "That's right. We're family. There's nothing my husband can't let us know." The two women had a deep hostility toward Yu Rumeng. No one knew how she got together with Yang Kai. Previously, she was inseparable from him. Now that Yang Kai had just arrived, she actually came looking for him. Chapter 3406. If they could beat her, Shuiyu and Shanqing Luo would definitely teach this woman a lesson, but she had the cultivation of the Emperor realm. The two women were really not her opponent. Not to mention she was a disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow realm. But so what if she was a disciple of the great emperors? It was not easy to enter the Yang family's door. Su Yan suddenly said lightly, "Since elder sister Li has something to discuss with her husband, let's leave first." Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu heard this and looked at her in amazement. They didn't expect Su Yan to compromise so easily, but the two women were obedient to Su Yan. Since Su Yan had already spoken, they could only leave even if they were unwilling. Before Shanqing Luo left, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai with a bitter look. Yang Kai looked up at the roof ridge and pretended not to see it. After the three women left, Yu Rumeng waved her hand and closed the door. She looked at Yang Kai and chuckled. "You dumped me." She was obviously talking about how Yang Kai had left her behind when he went to the frozen earth. At that time, when she found out that she had been abandoned by Yang Kai, she almost exploded with anger. But she was smart enough to follow Su Yan and the others, because she knew that as long as Yang Kai came back, he wouldn't necessarily go looking for the others. He would definitely come looking for Su Yan and the others. Today, as soon as she noticed Yang Kai's aura, she immediately rushed over. At this moment, although she had a smile on her face, her anger was surging. Yang Kai didn't speak, and reached out to pour himself a cup of tea. Yu Rumeng took a few steps forward and snatched the teacup. She splashed the tea out, and then slammed the cup on the table, making a thud. Yang Kai looked up and glared at her. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said, "You actually dumped me." Yang Kai said, "So what? I didn't agree to take you with me. It was you who wanted to follow me. Besides, I've already dumped you. What do you want now?" Yu Rumeng frowned and said, "Why are you being so fierce to me?" Yang Kai groaned. "What's so strange about being fierce to you? It's not the first time." As he spoke, he poured himself another cup of tea. Yu Rumeng snatched the teacup again and threw it on the ground. Yang Kai was furious and cursed. "Bitch, you'd better restrain yourself. If you continue to be like this, I won't be polite to you." Yu Rumeng sneered. "Then I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite to me. Did he want to hit a woman? Come on, give it a try." She put her hands on her waist, raised her head and puffed out her chest as she approached Yang Kai. She looked at him from the side and said, "Fight me if you have the guts." Yang Kai was furious. He grabbed her arm, twisted her around, and threw her directly onto his lap. Turning her back to him, he raised his hand and viciously slapped her. Pa. Yu Rumeng's body suddenly stiffened. Her slender neck straightened, and her head swayed a few times. She didn't react for a long time. It seemed that her mind had stopped working. After a while, she turned her head mechanically and looked at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare hit my butt?" Pa. Yang Kai slapped her again with a ferocious expression. Both slaps were very forceful, but Yu Rumeng was really stunned by the first slap. She had never thought that one day she would be spanked by someone, and by a man at that. Only now did she feel the pain, and her eyes immediately became watery. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her throat issued a painful moan. Outside the house, Su Yan looked up at the moon while Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu listened attentively. After the two slaps, Shanqing Luo immediately sneered. "Kill her, kill this vixen." Shuiyu also looked excited. "Shameless, you deserve to be beaten to death. Are you still going to make a scene? Yang Kai raised his hand and pretended to slap Yu Rumeng as he asked. Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and struggled, but Yang Kai's space principles were fluctuating, so how could she break free? Tightly bound to Yang Kai's thighs, maintaining an extremely shameful posture, Yu Rumeng angrily shouted, "Either you kill me today, or I won't let you off. You still dare to be stubborn." Yang Kai slapped her again, causing Yu Rumeng's face to pale. It was obvious how strong he was. As he slapped her, he scolded, "You shrew, who told you to make a scene in front of me? Who told you to break my cup?" Every time she said a word, he would slap her. Every time she said a word, he would slap her. At first, Yu Rumeng was still clamoring, saying that she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai, but after a while she stopped. Her proud head lowered, and she lay motionless on Yang Kai's thighs. Asterisk drip, drip, drip. Asterisk the sound of water falling to the ground could be heard. Only then did Yang Kai stop and look down. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Rumeng, this shrew, was crying because of him. He was too embarrassed to slap her again. If this woman continued to clamor, he really wouldn't stop. But now that she was crying, it was a bit of a headache. Did he have to be like this, reaching out and scratching his head? Yang Kai's original anger had already disappeared. He gently poked Yu Rumeng's face with his finger and said, "If you have something to say it properly. Why are you crying?" Yu Rumeng turned her head to the other side and ignored him. She just sobbed, her tears dripping to the ground as if they were free. "Don't cry." Yang Kai comforted. "I naturally have my reasons for dumping you. The place I'm going to is very dangerous. If I take you there, what if an accident happens?" As he spoke, he covered her round buttocks with his big hands and urged his emperor chi to rub them. Just now, he had slapped her more than a dozen times and didn't hold back. Her buttocks were probably swollen. While healing her wounds, Yang Kai said, "You're too much. You're always throwing tantrums at me and saying that you want to die with me. How can there be a woman like you in this world? If all men were like you, how could they live? If you have something to say in the future, we can talk it out. I'm an impulsive person. What happened just now was my fault. I'll apologize to you. Don't take it to heart. If you can talk it out, just say something. If you feel angry, I'll give you a beating. You can do whatever you want." After chattering for a while, Yu Rumeng just cried and didn't respond at all. Yang Kai also lost his patience. He stopped his movements and said lightly, "What do you want? Tell me, don't be so silent." Yu Rumeng was silent for a while, and suddenly muttered, "What?" Yang Kai turned his ear. "Don't stop." This time he finally heard it clearly. Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment. Only then did he realize what she meant. Laughing involuntarily, he once again covered her perfectly round buttocks with his big hands, slowly rubbing them. This request wasn't impossible to satisfy. Damn, this shrew's personality wasn't that good. But her figure was first class. The amazing elasticity in his hands really made him forget to leave. The crying gradually stopped. Yu Rumeng's body was a little twisted, not knowing whether it was because of pain or itch. Her breathing became slightly rapid, and her pale face slowly turned red. Suddenly she asked, "You just said that you were afraid of danger and threw me away. Is that true?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Why would I lie to you? That place is one of the forbidden areas of the star boundary. Even the great emperors can't go to the core. The dragon race was once buried there. It's extremely dangerous." Yu Rumeng said softly, "Then why didn't you tell me before? Instead, you threw me away without a word." Yang Kai explained, "Is there any use in telling you? You definitely won't listen. Instead of arguing with you, it's better to do it first." Yu Rumeng didn't say anything. Apparently, she also accepted this explanation. Yang Kai's hands, on the other hand, did not behave themselves. While one hand was rubbing her breasts, the other hand unscrupulously passed through Yu Rumeng's collar. After encountering a token resistance, there was no more resistance. "Does it still hurt?" Yang Kai held his hands and asked with a comfortable face. Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai asked again. No. I can give you a good check." Yang Kai chuckled. "No need." Yu Rumeng's breathing was extremely heavy. Outside the room, Shanqing Luo's face was ashen, and Shueyu's expression was not any better. The good show they were looking forward to didn't happen, and the fox spirit wasn't killed. Instead, they kissed and got up, which made the two women a little crazy. Shanqing Luo turned her head and looked at Su Yan. Big sister, the man in the house is being seduced by this fox spirit. Why don't you do something? Su Yan smiled slightly and said, let's go. Shanqing Luo and Shueyu were dumbfounded. Before they could react, Su Yan had already walked away. Shanqing Luo and Shueyu looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Suddenly, they raised their hands and slammed forward. Although the two women's cultivations were not at the Emperor realm, they were both Dao Source realm cultivators now. With this attack, a big hole immediately appeared in the room, and dust flew everywhere. Accompanied by Shanqing Luo's giggles, the two women darted out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, Yang Kai hugged Yu Meng and moved freely, avoiding falling planks, his expression twitching. At this moment, a space fluctuation spread out, and a jade slip suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he frowned and said loudly, I'm going to Roaring Tiger
people
City.
were dressed in bright
Send me a
clothes
message
and
if
riding
there's
on
anything.
horses.
Be
Obviously
careful.
of high status.
Su Yan's voice
A group
responded.
of people were
Yang
disciples
Kai
of
nodded
Azure
and
Sun
looked
Temple.
at Yu Meng in his arms. Come with me? Yu Meng nodded meekly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and urged the space principles. With a flash of light, he disappeared. Back in Roaring Tiger City, the whole city was in a state of panic. Yang Kai and Yu Meng appeared beside Gao Shueting together. But at this moment, Gao Shueting was no longer in the city lord's mansion. Instead, she was at a city gate. This place was noisy and noisy. Gao Shueting's face was gloomy and ugly. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, Gao Shueting turned her head and glanced at him, then looked at Yu Meng in his arms and nodded slightly. What's going on? Yang Kai glanced around and asked blankly. He actually saw a lot of people confronting each other at the city gate. Chapter 3407. The demon race has dispatched their troops, Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai frowned. If the demon race has dispatched their troops, then we should prepare for battle. What are they doing here? Gao Shueting pointed to the front. They want to escape from the city. Yang Kai's brow twitched. At this time, he knew a little about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although there were many cultivators from the Emperor realm in the city, there were definitely not many of them, and Li Jiao was the only third-order Emperor realm master. The number of people that could be mobilized in the city was no more than 50,000, but the demon race outside had 340,000 cultivators. Since they were outnumbered, they had to rely on the Roaring Tiger City's city barrier array to have a glimmer of hope. In other words, the city barrier array could not be damaged. At this critical juncture, when the demon race was dispatching their troops, there were still people who wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this tantamount to tearing a hole in Roaring Tiger City's greatest defense? Although the barrier could still be closed, who knew what would happen when it was opened? What's more, this was the time when the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City were working together to defend against the enemy. Yet such a group of people wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this a case of chaos? No wonder Gao Shueting would lead a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to confront this group of people here. Gao Shueting obviously knew that the city barrier array must not be opened at this time. Who are these people? Yang Kai glanced at the group of people with disgust. There were a lot of them, at least a few hundred of them, and many of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, he did not see anyone from the Emperor Realm. There are 5 great families in Roaring Tiger City. These are all from the 5 great families. Families? Yang Kai snorted coldly. There were countless families like this in the entire star boundary. Generally speaking, these families had good positions in their respective cities and were used to doing whatever they wanted. They probably had the intention to leave long ago, but they had not made up their minds until the demon race invaded. Presumably, they felt that Roaring Tiger City could not be defended, so they wanted to escape in advance. Open the array. Quickly open the formation and let us leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. What's the point of wasting time with them? If they don't open the array, we'll just snatch the array disk. A group of people were standing below the city walls, shouting at a certain Dao Source Realm cultivator on top of the city walls. That Dao Source Realm cultivator should be one of the people in charge of the spirit array, as he controlled the array plate that controlled the city defending array. At this moment, he was standing on top of the city walls, looking down with an awkward expression on his face. He kept cupping his fists and bowing. Patriarchs, please don't make things difficult for this old master. If you want to leave the city, please go to the city lord's master. As long as you bring me the city lord's personal order, this old master will immediately open the spirit array. Otherwise, this old master cannot do this. The demon race has invaded, and the city lord master is currently dealing with this matter. How would he have the time to care about us? Don't be long-winded. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to activate the array. Otherwise, don't blame us for not remembering our old friendship. As the words fell, the hundreds of people showed a covetous look, as if they would really attack if they didn't open the spirit array. The face of the old man in charge of the city defending array changed drastically. Although he was also a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could he fight against so many people from the 5 great families? If they really attacked, he would be chopped into meat paste in the blink of an eye. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face, but he had already made up his mind. Although the city lord master would definitely blame him if he opened the spirit array and let them leave, it was better than being killed here by the 5 great families. Taking out the array disk from his space ring, he was about to open the spirit array when a figure suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. The figure raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. The old man was startled and turned his head to look, only to see a handsome young man standing to the side. Before he could react, the array disk in his hand had already been taken away. The old man was horrified. He knew that this young man's cultivation was definitely far above his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so slow to react. He hurriedly asked, "You are? High Heaven Palace's palace master Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "Old sir, please rest." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this. His heart settled, and he immediately retreated to the side. Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the hundreds of people below to hear clearly. Seeing that the array disc had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, the hundreds of people frowned. The leaders glanced at each other, and a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion walked out and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask his name. In any case, he must be the patriarch of one of the 5 great families. Yang Kai's casual attitude displeased the hundreds of people below, but they also knew that he had the capital to do so. After all, he was the palace master of the Emperor realm, so they naturally didn't dare to show their displeasure. On the surface, they still said politely, "We from the 5 great families would like to leave Roaring Tiger City and seek a chance of survival in this troubled world. Lord Yang, please grant us our wish." Yang Kai played with the array disc in his hand and said lightly, "Leaving Roaring Tiger City will give you a chance of survival? Do you know what the situation outside is now?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I know that Roaring Tiger City is in danger. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave anymore." Yang Kai said, "Since you don't know, then I'll tell you. The demon race has invaded on a large scale. More than half of the Western territory has been occupied, and the battle line has been stretched infinitely. Countless cities are surrounded by the demon race's army. While you and I are talking, a war may break out. Even if you can leave Roaring Tiger City, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far before you fall into the hands of the demon race. When that time comes, your life will be worse than death, so it's better to stay and fight the demon race together." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They really didn't know what the situation outside was. The demon race's invasion hadn't been for a long time. Only 2 months had passed at most. In this chaotic world, how could news spread so quickly? Only Yang Kai, who could freely travel to various places, knew more than others when he went to the city where Li Wui and the High Heaven Palace were. Now that they heard Yang Kai say that half of the Western territory had fallen, they were naturally shocked. The middle-aged man was absent-minded for a while. Then he forced a smile and said, "Lord Yang, you don't have to be an alarmist." Yang Kai sneered and said, "I'm an alarmist? Is it necessary? What this palace master said is true. It's up to you to believe it or not." The middle-aged man suddenly fell silent. After a while he said, "Even so, we still hope to leave Roaring Tiger City. You insist on leaving?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. The middle-aged man's palms were sweating under his stare, but he still forced himself to nod. "I'm afraid we can't do as you wish." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "The demon race is invading, and the city defense array is the key. Before the war is over, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave, you can. It's not too late to talk about it after the war is over." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "By the time the war is over, Roaring Tiger City will have fallen. How can we survive?" Yang Kai immediately looked up and found that the person who shouted was a well-dressed young man, riding a tall horse in the crowd. He was a young master from an unknown family. He said coldly, "The demon race invaded the Western territory and poisoned the creatures of the Western territory. The cultivators of the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories came to your aid under the call of the great emperors to attack the demon race. They asked for nothing and gained nothing, but they are always worried about their lives. It's fine that you local cultivators of the Western territory don't work hard, but you actually want to run away. If that's all, I can still tolerate you. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and it's normal to be afraid of death. But it's your fault to disturb the morale of the army. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your life." The young man shrank his neck, but he soon said stubbornly, "When did I disturb the morale of the army? I'm just telling the truth. How can Roaring Tiger City resist the army of the demon race with so few people? How dare you still be so arrogant? Do you really think I can't kill you?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to grab the young man. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man who spoke before immediately flew out, trying to stop him. It seemed that he was related to the young man by blood. They might even be father and son. However, he was only from the third-order Dao source realm. He was not qualified to stand out in front of Yang Kai. He was sent flying by an inexplicable force. When he staggered and landed on the ground, he heard a commotion. Turning his head to look, his eyes immediately turned red. The young man riding on the tall horse had already become a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, reaching a height of 30 feet. His body swayed, and he fell off the back of the horse. A group of pampered young masters and young ladies screamed in horror. And the scene was chaotic. "How dare you kill my son?" The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. In Kai Yang's hand, there was a head with a pair of round eyes. No one knew how the head had ended up in his hand when he had clearly been standing in the same place. Hearing this, he coldly said, "So what?" The middle-aged man's face kept changing. He suddenly shouted, "Kill him and charge out." After saying that, he was the first to pounce on Yang Kai. Hatred seemed to have made him lose his mind. He did not realize how big the gap in strength was between him and Yang Kai. However, the people from the 5 great clans actually believed his nonsense. Hundreds of people rushed over. Their eyes were blood-red with madness. "You're courting death." Yang Kai stood on the city wall with a cold expression. When the hundreds of people were close enough, he pointed his finger forward like a sword. Heads flew into the sky one after another. Headless corpses twitched and fell. Blood dyed the city wall red, and the smell of blood filled the air. The surrounding crowd was silent. They had never seen hundreds of people die at once. This hellish scene was enough to give them nightmares for a long time to come. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died. The middle-aged man who rushed over first was the fastest, but he also died first. It was not until this time that the remaining people from the 5 great clans realized the gap in strength between them. The young masters and young ladies cried out in fear. The Dao Source Realm cultivator also kept begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face was as cold as ice. He turned a deaf ear to their pleas. His killing intent surged like a tide as he made up his mind to show his strength before the battle. Chapter 3408. The area below the city wall was like a living hell. Hundreds of corpses were lying on the ground, and hundreds of human heads were stacked high into a small hill. The scene was horrifying, and the surrounding cultivators kept quiet out of fear. Perhaps some of them had the same idea as the 5 major clans, which was to escape from Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, they would not have gathered here. However, with the example of the hundreds of people from the 5 major clans, none of them dared to have any ideas. This palace master from the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory killed people without batting an eyelid. He was simply inhumane. Everyone looked at Kai Yang with eyes full of fear and dread. Yang Kai acted as if nothing had happened. He was still playing with the array plate in his hand. Suddenly, he looked up at Gao Shueting and said, "Senior Sister Gao, ask the temple disciples to remove the person presiding over the array." Saying so, he threw the array plate in his hand to her. Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Okay." Then she began to make arrangements. In such a big city, the city defending array naturally couldn't be presided over by 1 or 2 people. At least dozens of people presided over it, and each of them had an array plate. City Lord Lin Tong should have a main array plate that could coordinate the overall situation. After what happened to the 5 great families here, they had to be on guard against similar situations in other places. However, if the temple disciples presided over the array, they could prevent such things from happening. For Yang Kai, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was an outsider, so he felt more at ease with the city defending array being guarded by his own people. The demon race's army was about to invade, so they had to settle the situation inside before they could resist the outside. Yang Kai took out his communication artifact to contact Li Jiao and ask about the situation with the demon race's army. At this moment, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the city barrier array, and a strange fluctuation surged up and down. Yang Kai turned his head and frowned. "What's going on?" Gao Shueting shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. However, the Dao Source Realm old man who presided over the array said, "Someone opened the array somewhere." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "You're courting death." The reason why he asked Gao Shueting to arrange people to replace the people in Roaring Tiger City was to prevent a situation similar to the 5 major families from happening again. He didn't expect it to really happen. Desertion would affect the morale, especially in the current situation where they were outnumbered. This battle was not going to be easy to fight. If the morale was low, Roaring Tiger City would definitely fall. At that time, whether it was the people of Azure Sun Temple, Fire Dragon Palace, or Ahan Temple, they would all suffer. "Where?" He turned his head and looked at the old man. The old man immediately pointed in a direction. If this old man is not wrong, it should be over there. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai disappeared. At a certain section of the city wall on the east side of the Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Sure enough, he saw that there was a crack in the defensive formation here, and the gate was wide open. More than 10 miles away, a figure was fleeing outside at a high speed. The figure looked a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. On the city wall, Roaring Tiger City Lord Lin Tong's face was pale as he stared in the direction that the person fled. Vice City Lord Ma Yin was sitting cross-legged with blood on the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be injured, but the injury was not serious. "Who is it?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Lin Tong's face twitched as he said in a deep voice, "Wu Zijin." Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the figure of the person running away was a little familiar. It turned out that it was Wu Zijin, the Vice City Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Even the Vice City Lord fled in the face of battle. How could this be? If the news spread out, how could the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City have the heart to fight against the demon race? As the Vice City Lord, he should set an example, but now he acted like this. Ma Yin's injury was probably caused by him. Although Yang Kai didn't ask, he guessed that Ma Yin was injured because she failed to stop him. He turned his head and looked around. He found that the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was indeed panicking. Wu Zijin's escape obviously had a bad influence. He suddenly remembered that this guy had told everyone to make plans to leave Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible. Now it seemed that he had already had an idea at that time. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little disheartened. Among the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, the 5 major families, and the vice city lord didn't have the heart to stay and fight against the demon race. Why should the reinforcements from the 3 territories stay? He turned his head and looked at Lin Tong. What's the city lord master's plan? If you want to leave, it's still not too late. Lin Tong glanced at him and said calmly, if the city exists, the people will exist. If the city is destroyed, the people will die. Ma Yin also opened her eyes and said, please help Roaring Tiger City, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai grinned after hearing that. It seems that the people of Roaring Tiger City aren't all cowards. Ma Yin said angrily, we're ashamed to be with that old dog Wu. If we don't die today, we'll kill him the next time we see him. Yang Kai nodded and said, there's no need to wait for the next time. Before Ma Yin could figure out what he meant, Yang Kai said again, I'll be right back. Please repair the gap here as soon as possible, City Lord Master. His figure flickered and Kai Yang disappeared. Ma Yin was stunned. She looked ahead, only to see a figure flickering and disappearing from her sight in the blink of an eye. She finally realized something and said, did he go after old dog Wu? Could he really catch up with him? Old dog Wu had been running away for some time. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was slightly higher than his, it was not impossible for him to escape if he was determined to escape. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to chase after him at this time? If he was surrounded by the demon race outside the city, Roaring Tiger City would lose another high-end fighter. Lin Tong said with burning eyes, I've heard that this Palace Master Yang is proficient in the law of space. Now that I've met you today, you do live up to your reputation. The law of space. Ma Yin's slender eyebrows twitched. Only now did she understand why Yang Kai was so fast and flickering that she could not see his trace at all. It turned out to be the law of space. Someone's coming. Ma Yin's expression suddenly changed. She pointed to the front. When this sentence appeared in her field of vision, the small black dot was still far away. But when the voice fell, the small black dot had become the size of a fist. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yang Kai who had just left. Ma Yin's mouth formed a circle. She was dumbfounded. Not only that, when Kai Yang returned, he was carrying a person in his hand. Looking closely, Ma Yin was immediately enraged. If this wasn't old dog Wu, then who else could it be? She couldn't help but think, if this person isn't old dog Wu, who else could it be? In 10 breaths, not only did he come back, but he also caught Wu Zijin, who was trying to escape. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Ma Yin would never have believed such a miraculous method. Lin Tong was also in a daze, as if he was in a dream. At this moment Wu Zijin, who was being held in Yang Kai's hand, was coughing violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak, obviously he was seriously injured. Yang Kai threw him in front of Ma Yin. Wu Zijin struggled to get up, clutching his chest as he looked at Lin Tong, then at Ma Yin, his expression fluctuating. He definitely did not expect that after trying so hard to escape from the city, he would be caught in the blink of an eye, and then thrown in front of Ma Yin, who had been injured by his sneak attack by Yang Kai. This was a little embarrassing. Forcing a smile, Wu Zijin asked, Vice City Lord Ma, how are your injuries? Ma Yin slowly stood up and looked at him coldly. You don't need to worry. Saying so, she flicked her hand and summoned a soft whip. This whip was made of some unknown material, and was 10 meters long, glowing with a cold light. Wu Zijin's expression changed, and he quickly stepped back saying, Let's talk nicely. This Wu has his own difficulties, and did not mean to hurt you. Ma Yin turned a deaf ear to him, her emperor chi surging, and the soft whip glowing brightly. Wu Zijin turned his head to look at Lin Tong. City Lord Master, please spare this Wu's life. This Wu can fight side by side with you. The demon race is about to arrive. This Wu can more or less contribute. Lin Tong looked at him with disgust. This city lord does not dare to fight side by side with you. He had even attacked Ma Yin. How could he not worry about such a person? Wu Zijin knew that today was not a good day, so his expression darkened, raising his hand and summoning a large axe, chopping down at Ma Yin. He did not dare to attack Lin Tong, because the latter's cultivation was higher than his, and Ma Yin had been injured by his sneak attack. Since their cultivation was the same, Ma Yin was the only one who could break through. But in the next moment, space principles fluctuated, and an invisible force tightly bound him, forcing him to hold the axe high, unable to attack. Ma Yin shook the soft whip in her hand and wrapped it precisely around Wu Zijin's neck. With a slight force, Wu Zijin's head flew into the sky, blood gushing out from his neck. Ma Yin was a little absent-minded, as if she did not expect to kill Wu Zijin so easily, but she also understood that it was because of Yang Kai's secret help. So she turned to him and nodded to express her gratitude. Yang Kai said, "To be honest, not long ago, the people of the 5 major families in the city also wanted to leave the city, but I killed all of them." Lin Tong heard this and snorted. "You killed them well. The demon race is invading, and not only did they not know how to defend themselves, they even wanted to escape. Such people deserve to die. Even if Palace Master Yang did not do it, this Lin would have done it myself." The 5 major families were the people of his roaring tiger city, and such a thing happened to them. Lin Tong also felt ashamed, and with Wu Zijin, it could be said that he was burning with anger. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Since Governor Lin intends to defend Roaring Tiger City and fight to the death with the demon race, then the reinforcements from the East, South and North territories will also do their best. Lin Tong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you everyone. If it were not for your help, I'm afraid my Roaring Tiger City would be in danger today." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. The demon race is coming fiercely, and I don't think they will be satisfied with just the West Territory. After they have eaten up the West Territory, it will be the South, North, and East Territories next. We are here to save people, and also to save ourselves." Lin Tong said seriously, "Palace Master Yang is very righteous. This old man admires you." Ma Yin sighed. "Unfortunately, the morale of our Roaring Tiger City is worrying now." She turned her head and looked around, and the eyes of the surrounding cultivator were also evading her. Indeed, as she said, the morale was really not good. The attack of the demon race army had already made people anxious, and after Wu Zijin's trouble, the already low morale fell to the bottom. After going out, Yuan Qi was badly injured, and it seemed that it would take a week for him to recover. Chapter 3409. Yang Kai said, "Castellan Lin, desperate times call for desperate measures. I suggest that we form a troop of military supervisors." Lin Tong raised his eyebrows and said, "Military supervisors?" Yang Kai looked serious and said in a deep voice, "The war between the 2 races is different from the one-on-one battle between the cultivator. There needs to be a clear battlefield law. Those who disobey orders can be beheaded. Those who run away before the battle can be beheaded. Those who disturb the morale of the army can be beheaded. Those who are afraid of the battle can be beheaded. Those who do not do their best in the battle can be beheaded." He turned to look at Lin Tong and said in a cold voice, "This is the duty and mission of the military supervisors." Lin Tong and Ma Yin both felt a chill down their spines. If Yang Kai really did what he said, many people on their side would be beheaded before the battle with the demon race started. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good way to deal with the current situation. Currently, the enemy outnumbered them, and Roaring Tiger City was in danger. If they wanted to defend the city, they had to work together. If there was such a troop of military supervisors, not to mention how much the morale would increase, at least it could force the cultivator in the city to fight against the enemy. After understanding this point, Lin Tong said, "What Palace Master Yang said is right. However, I'm afraid that the cultivator in Roaring Tiger City is not qualified to supervise the military supervisors." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If Castellan Lin trusts me, you can leave this matter to me." "That's what I'm thinking." Lin Tong nodded. The demon race outside the city was invading on a large scale. The cultivator in the city was in a panic. The crowd gathered on the city wall and looked into the distance. They asked each other about the news they knew. The atmosphere was gloomy. At this moment, A man flew around the city with a cold expression and a bone-chilling voice. The devil race has invaded, and a war is about to break out. This war is related to the survival of Roaring Tiger City and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the city. The city lord has ordered that we must win this war. Now the battlefield rules are clear. Those who disobey will be beheaded. Those who flee before the battle will be beheaded. Those who disturb the morale of the army will be beheaded. Those who retreat because of fear of the war will be beheaded. Those who do not fight with all their might will be beheaded. His voice was loud and clear, loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Once these words were spread out, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Among them, there was no lack of people who were prepared to flee if the situation turned bad. After hearing this, they all frowned. However, they did not take it too seriously. After all, everyone could see that the Roaring Tiger City was doomed. If they really had to escape, it would not be just one or two people, but a large group. When the time came, the law would not punish the majority. How would the city lord master have the mood to care about this? He might not even be able to protect himself. Most people just thought that these slogans were just casually shouted to mobilize people before the war. However, before they could finish this thought, they saw another group of people flying over. There were a lot of people in this group, about 1,000 of them. Judging from their clothes, they were not the local cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, but reinforcements from other territory. The leader was very conspicuous. He was a young man with fiery red hair. Chi Gui from the Ahan Palace in the Eastern Territory. Many people recognized him at once. It was not that Chi Gui was very famous, but his appearance was too unique, so he was easily recognized. Even if they had not seen him before, they had heard of him. There was no other person in Roaring Tiger City with such fiery red hair. The group of people behind him should be the cultivator of Ahan Palace. If this was all there was to it, it wouldn't be enough to draw everyone's attention. What really surprised everyone was that Chi Gui was leading the way, his murderous aura surging from his body. His sharp eyes were like a hawk's, looking at everyone around him, as if they were targets to be killed. Behind him, a group of cultivators were pushing their strength together, holding up a large pile of bloody human heads, not leaving him behind at all. There were at least a few hundred heads. Most of them died with their eyes open, and blood was still dripping from their necks. Looking at them would make people's hair stand on end and feel cold all over. Many people suddenly found that these heads seemed to be familiar. Just as they were about to take a closer look at whose heads they were, they heard the cultivator shout. The 5 families disturbed the morale of the army and have been beheaded. Wu Zijin fled the battlefield and has been beheaded. Just like the person who announced the battlefield law just now, he shouted as he sped past. Wherever it passed, everyone who heard it froze in place. No wonder those heads looked familiar. It turned out that they were the people of the 5 families. Who else could the head that was held at the front belong to Deputy City Governor Wu Zijin? The Deputy City Governor was beheaded, and so were the people of the 5 families. The battle had not started yet, and so many of their own people had died. Moreover, these people were all important figures in Roaring Tiger City. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that the so-called battlefield law was not just a joke. It would really be implemented. Didn't you see those hundreds of bloody heads? Those were the heads of the 5 great clans and the Deputy City Lord. Even the 5 great clans and the Deputy City Lord were beheaded for violating the law. Who could be lucky enough to be spared? In that case, when Roaring Tiger City was in danger, there was still a group of people standing behind them with butcher's knives? If they accidentally violated the battlefield law, the butcher's knife would fall on their neck? Everyone's heart trembled, and they no longer dared to think about leaving things to chance. They knew that they were not as powerful as the 5 families, let alone Deputy City Governor Wu Zijin. Their lives were naturally not as valuable as theirs. On the city wall, Lin Tong checked his communication artifact with a nervous expression. Obviously, he was collecting information gathered from all sides in the city. After a while, his nervous expression gradually relaxed. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Palace Master Yang, you have good means." Ma Yin looked at him with her beautiful eyes shining. "What's the situation in the city now?" Lin Tong smiled and said, "Some people are still panicking, but at least the morale of the army is good." Ma Yin was excited after hearing that. "Great." She turned around and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "If Roaring Tiger City can be defended, Palace Master Yang will be the greatest contributor." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You flatter me, but don't let your guard down. Right now the cultivator in the city is just being deterred by those heads. If they really want to defend the city, it will depend on the following battle. If our side collapses, nobody will be able to reverse the situation." Lin Tong laughed loudly and said, "Although there aren't many martial artists in my Roaring Tiger City, if we can really work together, we won't be eaten so easily. A bunch of demon bastards. Today, I'll show them the power of my Roaring Tiger City." Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's good that Master Castellan is so confident." While they were talking, Ma Yin suddenly took out her communication compass and checked it. She said with a serious expression, "The demon race seems to have underestimated us. They have gathered all their forces and are preparing to break through from the east. Let's go and see." Lin Tong snorted. They hurried to the east and arrived at their destination after a while. The city wall was already full of people. Most of them were the local cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. When they saw Lin Tong and Ma Yin arrive, they immediately cupped their hands and bowed to them, making way for them. Yang Kai stood on the city wall with the two of them and looked up. He saw a black army coming at them unhurriedly from 10 miles away. The leaders of the demon race were riding on huge, ferocious demon beasts. They looked like they were taking a leisurely stroll in the park, as if they were not there to attack the city, but to have fun. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind them were also disorderly, but they were silent. Black clouds covered the top of the demon race's army. As the army moved forward, they were also approaching Roaring Tiger City. The black clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Gulp, 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 gulp. Everyone looked at Lin Tong, as if they could find some sense of security. Lin Tong looked solemn and stood still on the city wall. His white hair fluttered in the wind, but his old body looked extremely tall at this moment. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. 10 miles, 8 miles, 5 miles, the atmosphere of nervousness began to spread. Some people had already taken out their secret treasures, clenching and releasing them tightly. Their palms were full of sweat. Some people were even saying goodbye to each other, thinking that there was no hope for survival in this battle. The appearance of the demon race was clearly imprinted in everyone's eyes. Those ferocious and terrifying demon beasts also gave people a huge psychological pressure. 3
Among
miles
the bustling
away,
crowd,
the leader of
several
the demon
dozen
race
headless
suddenly
corpses
grinned at the
twitched and
people
fell
on the
to the
city
ground,
wall, their
revealing
dark
a
red
mouthful
blood
of white
splashing onto
fangs.
the faces of the
Raised his
nearby
hand high
cultivators,
and slowly
the
waved
wet
it
and hot
forward.
sensation
Behind
causing
him,
goosebumps to
the
rise
originally
all over their
disorderly
bodies.
army
Seemed to
Qigue's
have been
cold and
injected
cruel
with
voice
chicken
sounded.
blood at this moment.
Those who cower
They
before the
charged
battle
forward like
will be
thunder,
executed.
and the roars
He
of
coldly
battle
put away
resounded
his
through
sword
the
and
sky.
looked around.
The killing
The
intent
surrounding
and roars of
cultivators
hundreds of
all
thousands
avoided his
of demon
gaze.
race. There were dozens
Together
of
with the
people who
monstrous
did the same
demonic
thing
chi,
as him.
They
They
were
were
the
the
people
people
who
who
had
had
just
just
killed
killed
the
the form
cultivator
and rushed
and
towards
each of them
Roaring
was
Tiger
emitting a
City.
ghostly aura.
Many people's faces
In an
turned
instant,
pale. There was
and
no
some
one
people
within
couldn't
3
help but
feet of these
retreat,
people.
pushing
Everyone
others to the
stayed far
side.
away. The battle
If the
had not yet
battlefield
begun,
law they heard
but the
before,
city wall
and
was
the hundreds
already
of
in
heads
chaos.
they saw were still
Seeing
far
this,
away.
the leader
Then
of
what
the
was
demon
happening
race
now was
burst
really
into laughter
happening
right next to His them. laughter rolled There like were really thunder, people holding
reaching
butcher's
hundreds of
knives
miles
behind
away.
their backs,
Asterisk
and they
schwa
could fall
schwa
at any
schwa.
time.
Asterisk
Is
as
this
a
still
cold
human?
light flashed past.
Young Kai quickly
Heads
shouted.
flew into the air and
To
blood
tell you the
splashed
truth,
out.
there are 5,000 military supervisors in the city supervising the battle, but they will not show any mercy to those who violate the battlefield laws. I ask you to behave yourselves. 5,000 supervisors. This number gave everyone a huge fright. Chapter 34:10. Although Roaring Tiger City had almost 200,000 people, only 50,000 of them were available for the battle, not counting the reinforcements from the 3 territories. Originally, the 50,000 demon race soldiers were already outnumbered. Now they had to transfer 5,000 of them to be the army supervisors? Whoever came up with this idea must be a fucking lunatic. One had to know that the duty of the army supervisor was only internal and not external. Furthermore, since they had to monitor and supervise the battle, their strength definitely couldn't be too weak. On the battlefield, both the army supervisor and the scouts were the cream of the crop. The 5,000 army supervisors that were transferred out were definitely a group of elites. In other words, the forces on Roaring Tiger City's side that could resist the demon race were definitely not just 1/10 less. Maybe 2/10, 3/10. There was also Qi Gui, the Emperor Realm. Those who thought of this were already cursing in their hearts. However, at this moment he didn't have the time to think too much, because the demon race's army was already in front of him. The Dao Source Realm Masters in charge of the Spirit Array had already taken out their array plates, and were not stingy in urging their strength flying by the rebounding operation of the Spirit Array. But he soon returned. The battle in Roaring Tiger City began and raised the sledgehammer high before he smashed it down and shouted, "Everyone's eyelids twitched." On the city wall, everyone could see that this hammer strike was going to open a gap in the formation and secret techniques. A gap might not be a big deal in normal times, them down the city wall, and it might be repaired very quickly. Beams of colorful light penetrated the light screen of the great formation, it was the key to victory or defeat, smashed into the demon race's camp. Without needing any instructions, there was no need to aim at all because the demon race had gathered all their forces after another to kill him. Any attack could hit the target. The demon race grinned coldly and did not dodge, allowing the attacks to land on his body. Race rushed forward to fill the gap. A stone-like glow appeared on his body, and he did not make them cower. This was a demon king, them even more ferocious. Demon at that. Every demon natural defense seemed to be unafraid of death. Seeing more and more corpses were piling up at the foot of the city wall. As the sledgehammer smashed down, forming a small mountain, countless people wailed in their hearts. Both sides attacked each other, as if the sledgehammer's target was not the city defended by the formation, but their own bodies. As long as the formation was not broken, appeared in front there would be no casualties. And stretched out his hand to grab the sledgehammer. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. Only then did she realize that the person standing in front of the Tiger City was the palace master of High Heaven Palace. He was no longer stingy with his own strength. Instinctively, she shouted, "Be careful!" To his heart's content. The demon king's blow was so powerful that even a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator in less than 30 breaths of time into a meat patty if they were not careful. More than 1,000 members of the demon race had died. Just a second-order Emperor Realm master bombarded the formation, Lintong's heart also causing the light of the formation to become dimmer and dimmer. The addition of the Emperor Realm collapsing at any time. Tiger City, although the defensive formation of Roaring Tiger City was not very to mention that Yang Kai was proficient in the Dao of space. When the defensive formation was set up earlier, Roaring Tiger City would definitely not that there would be a day when so many demon race would attack that had just been stabilized. Naturally, it would not be able to last for too long. Once the array was broken, everyone's gaze, Roaring Tiger City's greatest reliance would lose its effect. But a visible wave of energy, how could the cultivator in the city be a match for the ferocious demon race in the close quarters? And the sledgehammer that was obviously smashed into the city defending array was firmly held in his hand. He could only desperately perform what he had learned. He actually blocked it, hoping to reduce the number of enemies his eyes as much as possible. Is this really something that can be done with a body of flesh and blood? A tall figure leaped high with a black sledgehammer and shouted. The sledgehammer was the size of a door. He did not know how long Yang Kai could hold on. It slammed heavily on the array and rushed out of the spirit array to block the critical blow by himself, on the array's light giving Roaring Tiger City a chance to breathe and repair the damaged spirit array. Hearing Lintong shout, the nearby cultivator, who was maintaining the spirit array, reacted and hurriedly took action. Opposite Yang Kai, the stone demon's brow furrowed as it stared at Yang Kai in a daze, showing a stunned look, as if it had never expected that this little worm in front of it could actually block its thunderous blow. Another demon king next to him immediately laughed. "Lao Sua, you piece of trash! Did those succubus demons suck you dry last night? You were actually stopped by this human." The demon king named Lao Sua flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Bullshit. This king almost fucked them to death. How can they suck me dry?" The demon king asked. "Then what's the situation now?" Lao Sua looked at Yang Kai with a solemn face and said in a deep voice, "This kid is not simple. He seems to have some strength." The demon king snorted coldly, Hurry up and kill him. They are repairing the spirit array. Don't let it go to waste. Lao Sua said angrily. I don't need you to tell me that. Yang Kai smiled at him and said, You guys are chatting happily. Do you want to continue chatting? Speaking of which, I'm also quite interested in the succubus demon. If there's a chance, we can discuss it together. Lao Sua laughed out loud. You want to hit on the succubus demon with your small body? Be careful not to be sucked dry. Yang Kai shrugged and said, Thank you for your concern, but I think I'll be fine. Lao Sua sneered. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. After saying that, he exerted force in his hand and tried to take back the hammer. But in the next moment, his expression changed greatly because his hammer was tightly gripped by the human in front of him. He couldn't move it at all. Lao Sua immediately showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. One must know that he was a stone demon. Although he was slightly weaker than the innate demon race like the power demon, he wasn't weak by much. Now that his demon treasure was being held in someone's hand, he couldn't take it back. What the hell was going on? How could this human have so much strength? Your hammer is not bad. Yang Kai winked at him. Inexplicably, Lao Sua suddenly felt a chill from head to toe. Before he could react, his demon treasure had been snatched away by the human. Yang Kai weighed the hammer in his hand and nodded. It's quite heavy. It's good to use. With a whoosh, he swung the hammer and smashed it toward the demon king in front of him. Lao Sua's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated, but the surrounding space became incomparably sticky at this moment, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Then he felt his head sink and his vision turn black. He didn't know what happened. The noisy sounds of fighting suddenly quieted down at this moment. The whole world seemed to be still at this moment. Pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. Everyone felt an extremely unreal feeling, especially those from the demon race. Almost all of them were dumbfounded. The demon king, who had mocked Lao Sua before, felt his eyelids twitch and he cursed unconsciously. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai saw pieces of flesh fall to the ground in front of him. Stone demon Lu Sua had been reduced to a bloody mist under his hammer, not even his bones remaining. Although the vitality of the demon race was tenacious, such an outcome was undoubtedly more than enough to kill him. Next, Yang Kai held Lao Sua's sledgehammer and stood quietly in midair. His cold eyes swept around. The defensive array behind him had a crack, but it gave off an imposing aura of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. On the city wall, a burst of cheers came. Lin Tong's anxious heart also relaxed. Ma Yin's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange brilliance. Yu Rumeng curled her lips and her figure flashed, blocking her line of sight without leaving a trace. Kill him! With a roar, the demon race rushed toward Yang Kai. Although Lao Sua's death had a great impact on the demon race, they were not afraid of death. Now that the demon king had given the order, who would dare to not charge? In an instant, Kai Yang was completely surrounded by people. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk with a series of muffled sounds. The demon race exploded into a cloud of blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai reappeared. The demon race that had rushed forward before had been completely wiped out. Not a single demon race could get within 3 feet of him. The blood of the demon race dyed Yang Kai's body red. The demonic chi contained in the blood soared into the sky, making Yang Kai look more like a demon race than a demon race. Demon race constantly rushed forward, one after another, without any hesitation. The place where Yang Kai stood seemed to have turned into a meat grinder. No matter how many demon race rushed in, they would all die without a burial ground. It was truly a case of one man holding back 10,000. Chapter 34:11. As long as there was life, there would be no end to the slaughter. Yang Kai stood alone outside the great city barrier array, but he was like an invincible god of death that blocked the torrent of steel from the demon race. He was clearly alone, but the power he exerted was comparable to that of thousands of soldiers and horses. On the city wall, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was busy repairing the gap in the great city barrier array. After some hurrying, he finally repaired the great city barrier array. Seeing this, Lin Tong shouted, "Palace Master Yang, we can retreat now." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid we can't go back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he appeared in another location. The demon race had created another crack in the great city barrier array at that location. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the foresight to go and fill the gap in advance. Otherwise, the swarming demon race would have really rushed into the city. The same situation as before repeated itself. The demon race army madly rushed toward the crack, but they were stopped by Yang Kai and his hammer. They could not move forward at all. Instead, they left behind countless corpses and suffered heavy casualties. Behind Yang Kai, the few cultivator who was repairing the great city barrier array hurried over and continued their previous work. The battlefield was noisy, and the demon race was brutal. It had only been 15 minutes since the beginning of the battle, but the great city barrier array of Roaring Tiger City had been in danger twice. If Yang Kai had not descended like a divine soldier, the great city barrier array would have been broken long ago. However, how many Yang Kai were there in this world? Although there were more than 10 people from the Emperor Realm in the city, none of the Emperor Realm dared to rush out of the city like Yang Kai and resist the attack of the demon race army with their flesh and blood. Lin Tong used his killer moves to bombard the demon race while observing the situation. Deep worry could be seen on his face. As the city lord of Roaring Tiger City, he could see the biggest drawback of his side. If the demon race army changed their strategy, it would be a problem for them to defend Roaring Tiger City today. What one feared would happen. A moment later, seeing that they couldn't break through the Yang Kai's location, and that the crack was mended, the demon race army suddenly split up and rushed in several directions. Lin Tong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. If the demon race's army gathered all their forces and attacked one place, there was still hope for Roaring Tiger City to be defended. Yang Kai's performance could be said to be extremely stunning. With his protection, it was impossible to break through the formation. But if he were to divide his forces, once several gaps were created in the spirit array, Yang Kai would not be able to defend all of them at once. Facts proved that the demon race army was not fools. What Lin Tong could see, they could naturally see as well. At this moment, they really did so. After a short while, another gap appeared in the formation. Yang Kai rushed in, and just as he finished off the nearby demon race army, he heard a cry of surprise not far away. He looked up and saw that there was also a gap there. The demon race army, there was also excited and swarmed toward the gap. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and raised his hand to summon his Dharma body. He asked it to stay in place and guard the gap while he rushed in that direction. As soon as the Dharma body appeared, it started a massacre. Its body, which was dozens of feet tall, gave people a strong visual impact. Its body was angular from top to bottom, and the surface of its body was covered with evil fire. Its back was full of barbs, and it held a demonic war hammer in its hand. It was simply unstoppable. Every time it swung the war hammer, a large amount of blood would rain down. As the heaven-devouring Great Emperor expanded the territory of the demon race army, thick black gas was emitted from the surface of their bodies, and they were all devoured by the Dharma body. The demon race army was stunned. This guy was even more powerful than the human just now. No one knew how it appeared and where it came from, but it guarded in front of the defense formation like a door god. Its defense was impregnable. 2 gaps, 2 figures. The demon race army left thousands of corpses behind, but they couldn't move an inch forward. However, the third gap was soon opened and became the demon race army's breakthrough point. Lin Tong rushed in without hesitation. He didn't dare to rush out like Yang Kai, as he knew his own strength. Although they were both from the Emperor Realm, He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If he really rushed out, he was afraid that he would immediately be drowned by the demon race army. Lin Tong sensibly stayed inside the array, but he didn't hesitate to use his body to block the third gap. With a roar, Lin Tong's thin body swelled up like a balloon. The clothes on his upper body burst open, and his muscles bulged. His whole person grew taller, and an inexplicable aura overflowed from his body. He raised his hand and summoned a giant machete that was taller than a person. It was overflowing with light, and it was obviously of extraordinary quality. Layers of light rippled from the giant machete, turning into boundless blade shadows. Every demon race that rushed in was cut into pieces. Ma Yin and several other cultivators from the Emperor Realm, from Roaring Tiger City, stood aside with solemn expressions. They were not stingy with their Emperor Qi, cooperating with Lin Tong to block the demon race's advance. Fortunately, the array wasn't completely destroyed, and the gap wasn't too big. The number of demon race that rushed in at once wasn't too high, and the combined forces of several cultivators from the Emperor Realm, from Roaring Tiger City, was barely enough to hold the line. Seeing this, the morale of many cultivator was greatly boosted. They released their secret techniques even more fiercely, trying to reduce the number of demon race as much as possible. The fourth gap was also opened. Li Jiao and Gao Shueting followed suit and moved to block it. Although there were only two of them, it was easier for them to defend than Lin Tong and the others. After all, Li Jiao was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master with a half-dragon bloodline. Although his true strength wasn't at the level of a false emperor, he was still slightly stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. He blocked the gap, and Gao Shueting cooperated with him from the side. No matter how many demon race came, they were all killed. The cultivators on the city wall, who were repairing the array, were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. They rushed here and there like firefighters, repairing the gaps wherever there was one. Just as one gap was repaired, another was broken. Fortunately, the demon race's army was also lacking in strength. Otherwise, if one or two more gaps were created, Roaring Tiger City wouldn't be able to defend itself. Yang Kai and the embodiment also constantly changed their positions, heading to the gaps to guard them. At every moment, the array looked like it was in imminent danger, but it still stood strong. After a full hour, tens of thousands of demon race's army had been killed or injured, but Roaring Tiger City's army had no casualties. This was simply unimaginable, but it was all thanks to the power of the array. The cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was hiding behind the array, so as long as the array wasn't broken, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, many people couldn't bear to use their power continuously for 2 hours. Many people in the city took pills to replenish their power, and some even meditated to adjust their breathing. Judging from the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, Roaring Tiger City really wasn't in any danger. However, accidents always happened when one wasn't paying attention. Outside the city wall, Yang Kai's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Under the fluctuating space principles, he could defeat any enemy within 30 feet. Countless demon race cultivators exploded into blood mists, leaving no corpses behind. The ground had turned into piles of minced flesh. Suddenly, Ma Yin's shout rang in his ears. "City Lord, be careful!" Her voice was mixed with panic and fear. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He saw that Lin Tong's eyes were wide open, and his legs had somehow sunk deep into the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. Obviously, he had been set up. At this moment, a Demon King-level blood demon burst out from the gap in front of him, and pounced at him with a ferocious grin. Lin Tong didn't panic. Showing the demeanor of a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he slashed the big saber in his hand forward. The blood demon had no intention of dodging at all. It allowed the saber to cut into its body, but its body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Without any resistance, it wrapped around Lin Tong tightly. The blood mist was like a living creature, drilling into Lin Tong's 7 orifices. Lin Tong's face changed. He couldn't help but groan, and his body trembled violently. Ma Yin and the others were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. This was the first time they had fought against the demon race, So they didn't know the characteristics of the 100 races in the demon territory. Even though they had heard some rumors before, how could they compare to their own experience? If the blood demon was fighting with Lin Tong, they might have been able to provide some help. But in this strange situation, they didn't know how to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, a large number of members of the demon race rushed in from the gap, and a monstrous demonic chi rushed towards them, causing everyone's face to change drastically. Lin Tong suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Palace Master Yang, I'll leave Roaring Tiger City to you." Saying so, he waved his saber and chopped down on his own body. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tong's legs had been severed at the waist. He dragged his crippled body, wrapped in a bloody light. With a roar, he charged out of the city, plunging headfirst into the devil army. Terrifying power fluctuations surged, causing the surrounding demon race to pale. The blood demon king, who had turned into a bloody mist and wrapped around Lin Tong, hurriedly retreated, looking at him in horror and cursing, "Madman!" But how could Lin Tong allow him to escape? Pushing his emperor chi, he opened his arms and hugged him. The blood demon king was shocked and struggled with all his might, his hands turning into sharp claws as he dug holes in Lin Tong's chest. Lin Tong's expression remained unchanged, and a dazzling light burst out from his body. A loud bang rang out. With Lin Tong as the center, the area within a radius of 500 meters was emptied. Not only was the blood demon king's corpse nowhere to be seen, but even the thousands of demon race had disappeared. "City Lord!" Ma'in cried out in grief, and the eyes of the other Roaring Tiger City's people from the Emperor realm also turned red. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling, crying out in grief, and clamoring to avenge Lin Tong. This was the first person to die in today's battle, but no one expected that the first person to die would be the City Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Just as they were in a daze, a pair of hands quietly reached out from under Ma Yin's feet and grabbed her. Just now, Lin Tong was also caught by these hands and was stuck in the ground, unable to move. Ma Yin was in grief and did not notice. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed over, and while pushing Ma Yin away, he slapped the ground with his palm, causing the power of space principles to surge. The ground trembled and a muffled groan came from underground, as if something had been crushed. Only then did Ma Yin look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly said, "Sand demons are best at escaping through the earth, be careful." Chapter 34:12. After hearing what he said, Ma Yin and the others finally understood what had happened to Lin Tong just now. Since the sand demon could ambush Lin Tong, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, it must also be a demon king. But such a master was still killed by Yang Kai from a distance. How strong was Yang Kai exactly? There was no time to be shocked because a large number of demon race cultivators were pouring in from the gap again. Without Yang Kai guarding the gap on the other side, the demon race also broke through the defense. More and more demon race cultivators poured into the city and engaged the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City in a bloody battle on the city wall. People kept falling to the ground and dying. It was the first time that the cultivator on the city wall fought the demon race at such a close distance. How could they compare to the bravery and fearlessness of the demon race? It could be said that they were routed at the first touch. The role of the army supervisor was finally realized. The 5,000 army supervisors were not just a joke Yang Kai made up. They really existed. Anyone who took a step back would be killed by the army supervisor in the next moment. The demon race was at the front, and the army supervisor was at the back. If they took a step back, they would definitely die. If they resisted, they might still have a chance to live. At this time, there was no doubt that there was only one choice. Coupled with the shocking scene of Lin Tong sacrificing himself just now, many cultivators' blood was stimulated. They roared and rushed into the demon race's camp, determined to bite off a piece of meat from the demon race, even if they had to die. Yang Kai raised his arms and shouted at the right time, "If the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die. Kill." After a brief moment of panic and discomfort, the morale of the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City finally rose. They fought fiercely against the demon race. Ma'in led by example and rushed to the forefront. She was not inferior to any man. Profound and obscure incantations sounded. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a large number of light rays enveloped the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. The two war wizard spells, Bloodthirst spell and Life Chain, bloomed dazzlingly again. Under the effect of Bloodthirst spell, the fear of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was swept away. The Life Chain connected the vitality of thousands of cultivators together, allowing them to withstand more damage without dying. They held it. Everybody was surprised to find that the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was able to fight against the army of the demon race despite being outnumbered after countless gaps were broken in the city defense array. Of course, it was because of the geographical advantage that the army of the demon race could not fully break into the city. Only a small part of them had broken into the city, but it was enough to boost everybody's confidence and let them know that the demon race was not invincible after all. The place where the Emperor Realm was located became a forbidden zone for life. The demon race could not break through their defense line at all. No matter how many people rushed at them, they all fell to the ground. The demon kings had obviously noticed the situation too. They all took action and attacked the cultivators of the Emperor Realm in Roaring Tiger City. That, however, was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. If the demon kings had been hiding in the army of the demon race, he might not have been able to find them. After all, there were too many of them. However, they had taken the initiative to attack recklessly, which was tantamount to exposing their location and giving Yang Kai a chance to kill them. Yang Kai's figure wandered back and forth on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the demon race suffered countless casualties. One demon king after another was killed by Yang Kai on the spot. Without the command of the demon kings, the originally orderly army of the demon race gradually became disorganized. However, the demon race was not afraid of death and took the initiative to charge into the encirclement of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, giving the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City a chance to gather and annihilate them. Half a day later, the army of the demon race was still attacking, but the situation on the battlefield had taken a turn for the worse. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, densely packed heads stood, all of which belonged to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. There was not a single demon race figure to be seen. All the demon race that had rushed in had been killed. The number of the demon race army had also been reduced by more than half. It was not until this moment that the demon race seemed to realize that something was wrong, because the demon kings were nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Even the demon king, who had been giving orders in the rear, had been assassinated by Yang Kai. What a mess! Although the demon race was not afraid of death, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. When they saw no hope of victory, they would naturally choose to retreat. Groups of demon race retreated, and gradually, the army of the demon race retreated. The shaky defender array was suddenly deactivated at this moment, and Yang Kai led tens of thousands of cultivators to rush out, chasing after the enemy for thousands of miles. Along the way, the demon race left countless corpses behind. It was not until they were thousands of miles away that they retreated. Looking in the direction of the demon race's escape, every cultivator was gasping for breath. Every one of them was covered in blood, as if they had just walked out of a sea of blood. But no matter who it was, they all looked excited. We won. Despite being outnumbered by several times, Roaring Tiger City had won the battle at a very small price, which was something that no one had dared to imagine before the war began. They all thought that they would definitely die this time, and that Roaring Tiger City would definitely be reduced to demon land. But the reality gave them a big surprise. And there was only one person who created this surprise. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, with reverence on their faces. If Yang Kai had not guarded the gap in the formation at the beginning, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have had the chance to reduce the number of the demon race's army. If Yang Kai had not killed the demon king on his own, the demon race's army would not have been scattered. If Yang Kai had not performed that magical secret skill, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have been able to compete with the demon race. In the end, If he had not led everyone to chase after the enemy, the result of the battle would not have been so brilliant. At this moment, whether it was the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City or the reinforcements from the 3 territories, they only had a strong sense of identity with this young man. The army was united. Ma-Yin stepped out and cupped her fists. "Governor, please give the order." Lin Tong sacrificed himself for a noble cause and entrusted Roaring Tiger City to Yang Kai before he died. Coupled with Yang Kai's various performances in this battle, no one would be convinced to be the governor of Roaring Tiger City. Only Yang Kai was qualified to be the governor. He was the High Heaven Palace's palace master in the first place, so he did not care too much about the governor of Roaring Tiger City. At this moment he would not decline anything. He nodded and said, "Let's go back. The demon race will come back again. Go back and fix it properly." "Yes," everyone responded. Half a day later, the army returned to the city. Someone would count the number of casualties, and the injured would be treated and settled down properly. The city walls and the damaged formation of Roaring Tiger City were also being repaired in full swing. However, the momentum of the entire Roaring Tiger City was completely different from a few days ago. With the prestige of the great victory, the mini cultivator in Roaring Tiger City were in high spirits. Even if the aftereffects of the bloodlust skill broke out, it did not reduce their vigor. In the governor's residence, Yang Kai soaked his body in the pool with a contemplative look on his face. Yu Ruming sat by the pool, fiddling with the clear water with her bare feet, while glancing at him from time to time. This woman was so thick-skinned that she did not seem to know what the word shame was. Yang Kai even wanted to accompany her when he was taking a bath. She did not know how to avoid him at all. "Are you going to stay here to guard the city?" Yu Ruming suddenly scooped some water and threw it at Yang Kai as she asked. Yang Kai said calmly, "I'm entrusted by someone, so I have to do my duty." Yu Ruming smiled and said, "That old guy was wishful thinking before he died. Did you take it seriously?" Yang Kai squinted at her and said, "Even without Governor Lin, I have to guard Roaring Tiger City." As he said to Lin Tong before, the 3 territories came to support the Western Territory. It was not only to save people, but also to save himself. He could not retreat. Yu Ruming curled her lips and said, "The demon race will not give up easily. Next time, there will only be stronger forces coming. How long can you guard it?" Yang Kai said calmly, "You speak as if you know the demon race very well." Yu Ruming said, "You know the obvious. You can beat them back once, but what about the second time and the third time? As time goes by, it will only attract more and stronger demon race." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I'll beat them until they don't dare to come." Yu Ruming could not help but roll her eyes and said, "You talk big." Yang Kai looked at her with great interest. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and said, "Little witch, get over here." Yu Ruming frowned and said, "What did you call me? Why did you call me little witch?" "I just called you casually. What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Yu Ruming slowly shook her head and said, "Nothing, it just felt strange." "Really?" Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his hand and grabbed her. Yu Ruming cried out and fell into his arms. Her whole body became wet. She put her hands on his chest and said with a vigilant look, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai did not speak, and just leaned over to kiss her red lips. At the same time, Yang Kai threw her into the middle of the pool. Yu Ruming stood up angrily, her beautiful body faintly discernible. There was a bite mark on her red lips. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai's back. "You bit me." Yang Kai got up and put on his clothes. Using his emperor chi, he evaporated the water and walked out without looking back. "Why did you bite me?" Yu Ruming shouted from behind, but she did not get any response. Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Smelly man, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Yu Ruming swore fiercely for a while before walking out of the pool, taking off her wet clothes and changing into a new set of clothes. The city was busy. As the new city lord of Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai walked around the city accompanied by Ma Yin and checked the current situation of Roaring Tiger City. The number of casualties was also calculated. In the previous battle, although Roaring Tiger City had won a great victory, they had also suffered a great loss. More than 10,000 people had died, but compared to the results of the battle, such casualties were within an acceptable range. There were more injured people, and many of them were eroded by demonic qi. They were in danger of losing their minds and becoming demons at any time. Ma Yin ordered these people to be gathered in one place and watched over strictly. Once they found something wrong, they were to be killed immediately. Yang Kai asked her to take him to the place where these people were imprisoned. He personally performed an exorcism technique to remove the demonic qi from their bodies. This magical method amazed Ma Yin. Chapter 34:13. After being busy for half a day, Yang Kai returned to the city lord's mansion. Everything in the city was taken care of by the other people from the emperor realm. After choosing a suitable place in the city lord's mansion to set up a space array, Yang Kai directly activated the array and returned to the High Heaven Palace. He took out the communication compass and sent a message. After waiting for a moment at the array, the South Gate army hurried over. "Palace Master, what's the matter? Come with me." Yang Kai waved his hand. The South Gate army said, "Do we need to set up an array?" He was an array master, so Yang Kai usually didn't have any reason to look for him. It was nothing more than an array problem. He naturally guessed it immediately. Seeing Yang Kai nodding, the South Gate army said, "Palace Master, please wait for a moment. I'll call a few brats over to help." The so-called brats he was referring to were naturally the few disciples he had just taken in. Towering Palace was a huge sect with 100,000 disciples. Among them, there were bound to be some with special talent in the Tao of formations. The South Gate army had no intention of leaving the High Heaven Palace now. Since he planned to stay in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, he naturally had to consider the issue of his legacy. Not only him, but Hoyu was also the same. She also accepted a few talented disciples to help her refine equipment. Not long after, 4 or 5 young disciples hurried over. After seeing the South Gate army, they respectfully greeted him as master. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Although he didn't know the names of these young disciples, he thought that they were people he brought over from the Hung Luo Star Field, because they all looked familiar. Without saying much, he immediately teleported back to the Roaring Tiger City through the space array. The previous battle made Yang Kai realize that the original array of the Roaring Tiger City was not very useful. It must be rearranged or reinforced, and the South Gate Army's array master was the best candidate. Leading him on a tour in the city, the army of the South Gate criticized the array of Roaring Tiger City as if it was worthless, as if they were ashamed to be on the same side as the person who deployed the array of the city. They could not wait to dismantle all the arrays of Roaring Tiger City and redeploy them. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said, "We don't have much time. Do your best to reinforce the formation." Southgate Dajuan patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Palace Lord. I will personally set up a formation 10 times better than this one." Yang Kai naturally wasn't worried about him. Among all the array masters he had come into contact with, it was estimated that only Yang Inflammation was better than him in the Tao of array formations. The others really couldn't compare to him. Without staying in Roaring Tiger City for long, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead that Li Wui had left him and teleported to Li Wui's side. As soon as the two sides met, Yang Kai went straight to the point and said, "Senior, I want to pick some people." Li Wui stared at him. "You want people from me?" Yang Kai blinked and said, "Then who else can I ask?" Li Wui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have enough troops on my side. Who else can I ask if you want people from me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Are you serious?" Li Wui said with a headache. "You saw it when you came last time. I have millions of troops in the demon race, and I only have enough troops to protect myself. I don't have any extra people to give you." Yang Kai thought about it carefully and agreed. Although Li Wui had more troops than Roaring Tiger City, they were also facing a lot of enemies. Yang Kai also witnessed the last battle with his own eyes. The demon race even had pseudo-emperor level existences, and they were evenly matched with Li Wui. "He might not be of much help here," Li Wui said. "Where are you now? How's the situation over there?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "Roaring Tiger City has just finished a battle and suffered a lot of casualties. We urgently need reinforcements." Roaring Tiger City, Li Wui raised his eyebrows and walked to the Mountain Ripple map to take a look. This Mountain Ripple map should have been refined not long ago. It included the terrain of the entire Western Territory, but after all, time was short, and the refinement was not detailed. After searching for a while, he finally found the location of Roaring Tiger City. He nodded gently and said, "This position is also more important. If Roaring Tiger City falls, the demon race army can open a gap and rush into our hinterland. Senior is right, so please help us." Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the opportunity. Li Wui pointed at him with a finger and looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's useless for you to say it here. I really can't transfer too many people here. Where are the people of your High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai sniffed and searched on the Mountain Ripple map. He pointed at a position and said, "They are all stationed here." They can't provide reinforcements? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm afraid it can't be helped. They also have their own enemies. Li Wui sighed. The demon race has a lot of people. Now the cities in the Western Territory are facing a situation where they are outnumbered. Yang Kai frowned. If that's the case, why don't we join forces and fight? Li Wui shook his head. If we join forces, it's equivalent to giving up a large part of our territory. We can also join forces with the demon race. The loss outweighs the gain. Although the current situation is not optimistic, as long as we don't retreat, there is still some hope. After a pause, he said, Go and find Yang Inflammation. Now she is in charge of the logistics of the astral territory. She knows the situation of the major cities in the Western Territory the best. Maybe she can transfer some people from the Emperor Realm and the great wizard you sent last time. I have also sent them over and let her assign them. Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was stunned. Where can I find her? I'll send you there, Li Wui said. He reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before he suddenly appeared in a large hall. Before he could react, there was a burst of noise in his ears. Yang Kai looked over and couldn't help but be stunned. There were more than a dozen people standing in the hall, all of them third-layer Emperor Realm Masters and sect masters of their respective sects. In the past, all of them were famous figures who were revered by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the star boundary. But at this moment, they were arguing with each other, as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between them. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the hall. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing were actually tugging at each other's clothes, looking like they were about to fight. Yang Kai moved to the side discreetly, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. The sudden appearance of another person in the hall naturally attracted everyone's attention. They all turned their heads and many acquaintances nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Michi even cupped his fists and greeted, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai responded and looked around curiously. Why are you here, kid? A distressed voice came from above the hall. It sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked up and found that the speaker was Yang Inflammation. However, at this moment, Yang Inflammation didn't show the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Instead, he looked like he had a headache and glared at Yang Kai hatefully. Did that bastard Li Wui send you here? To be able to appear directly beside her, Li Wui had undoubtedly used a space beacon. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Wen Zishan and Ma Qing in surprise. What's going on? Why did these two look like they were about to fight? Michi came over and quietly transmitted his voice. Palace Master Yang is also here to ask for reinforcements, right? Yang Kai nodded, then looked at him and asked, Are you also here? Michi smiled bitterly, yes. He then turned to Wen Zishan and Ma Qing and said, They are all here, but Master Yang Inflammation can't mobilize many people. With so many people, it's not easy to distribute them. Temple Master Wen and Holy Master Ma both argued that their side's situation was urgent and should be given priority. So it ended up like this. Yang Kai almost laughed when he heard this, but he soon put on a sad face and grimaced. So we're going back empty-handed. Michi said with a sad face. That's about it. While the two were talking, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing had already started fighting, but the two still had some scruples and didn't use their Emperor Qi. They just punched and kicked each other. It was rare to see third-layer Emperor Realm Masters fighting like hooligans, so the spectators couldn't help but laugh. Yang Inflammation's face was livid, and he shouted angrily, Is that enough? A scorching aura enveloped the entire hall, and only then did Wen Zishan and Ma Qing retreat, glaring at each other with hatred, obviously not convinced of each other's strength. In front of the hall, Yang Inflammation's false emperor aura was unmistakable, and he was able to control the situation. He swept his beautiful eyes around and said, Everyone has their own difficulties. This palace doesn't have any extra troops for you for the time being, so you can all go back. Ma Qing immediately shouted, Didn't Master just say that there were 30,000 troops that could be transferred? Why is there no more? Wen Zishan also nodded. Yes, why is there no more? I don't want much, just give me 10,000. Ma Qing didn't back down. I also want 10,000. The Ahan temple master coughed softly. This king also wants 10,000. The others hurriedly shouted, fearing that they would really lose everything if they were too slow. Young Inflammation snorted. If each of you wants 10,000, where is this palace going to find people for you? Right now, the eastern, southern, and northern territories are calling for reinforcements, and more people will only be available in a month. Ma Qing said, Master, a month later is a month later. Let's talk about the 30,000 people first. Young Inflammation looked at him coldly and said lightly, If you continue to be long-winded, there won't be anyone in a month. Ma Qing swallowed the words he was about to say. With things having come to this point, everyone knew that there was nothing they could gain from Yang Yan, and could only leave resentfully. Fortunately, Yang Yan had also said that the 3 territories were still transferring reinforcements, and that more people would arrive in a month's time. At that time, there would naturally be people they could use. Young Inflammation was now in charge of Star Boundaries logistics, and had the authority to allocate troops. She was also a false emperor-level master, so naturally no one dared to offend her. After staying for a while, everyone said goodbye and left. Yang Kai didn't leave, and after everyone left, he looked at Young Inflammation with a smile. Chapter 34:14. Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang Inflammation looked at him suspiciously. You really understand? Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. These people who were overseeing the major cities had their own difficulties. And Yang Inflammation's side was the same. Yang Inflammation had already spoken clearly, so how could Yang Kai insist? It's good that you understand. Yang Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would ask her for people. If it was someone else, then it would be fine. If she really couldn't transfer people over, then it would be fine to directly refuse. However, she really couldn't refuse Yang Kai. If she really opened her mouth, then Yang Inflammation would have to think of a way. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Inflammation said, Is the situation on your side critical? It's so. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail, so as not to worry her. He smiled and said, I will think of a way to get people. You don't need to worry about it. Yang Inflammation said, Where can you find people now? Although the East, South, and North Territory were mobilizing people, this matter was related to the entire star boundary. Even if reinforcements came, they would have to be gathered here, and then assigned by her. Yang Kai smiled and said, My High Heaven Palace can transfer another 5,000 people. In addition, there is another place that has a group of helpers. Where? Yang Inflammation looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai had an unfathomable look on his face. I can't say. You will know when the time comes. But let me say this first, these people are not under your control. When the time comes, don't have any ideas. Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes at him. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai had a basic understanding of the situation of the major cities in the Western Territory. Every city had a powerhouse overseeing it, but they couldn't leave because the demon race's army was eyeing them covetously. Half a day later, Yang Kai bid farewell and left. He activated the space spirit bead and directly returned to the High Heaven Palace again. He instructed Hua Qingxi to send the remaining 5,000 available troops of the High Heaven Palace to the Roaring Tiger City before he stepped into the space array alone. Since he couldn't count on Yang Inflammation, he could only think of a way himself. Originally, he did not want to use this last trump card, but now that things had come to this, if he did not use it, when the next demon race army came to Roaring Tiger City, the city might not be able to resist. He could only prepare in advance. Dragon Island. The world only knew that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, but very few people knew that there were many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters with half-dragon bloodlines on Dragon Island. The power hidden in Half-Dragon City was definitely not to be underestimated. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even know where Dragon Island was, let alone bring the powerhouses of Half-Dragon City out. However, Yang Kai had a good relationship with Dragon Island now, so Dragon Island would not make things difficult for him in this matter. The only thing that gave him a headache was how to face Fu Xiu when he went to Dragon Island. Yang Xiao, that brat, followed old Xiong into the Four Seasons realm, but now there was no news of him. If Fu Xiu knew about it, she might blame him for not looking after him well. It would be bad if he provoked this female dragon. However, if he went to Dragon Island, he would have to face her, so Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he appeared on the small island in the Eastern Sea. Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and after identifying the direction, he flew into the sky and plunged into the sea after a short while. He entered Dragon Island with ease, and just as he appeared, he saw Fu Ling pouncing on him with a pleasantly surprised face. Brother-in-law, I knew it was you, haha, I was right. Yang Kai raised his hand and blocked her 10 meters away, glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. You also know this? Fu Ling had a complacent look on her face as she clasped her hands behind her back and said, Of course, basically no one comes to Dragon Island, and no one can enter it. Only you would come here. She looked at Yang Kai and winked mischievously. Why did you miss Sister Qing? I missed her a lot, Yang Kai casually replied. Then did you miss me? Fu Ling put on a bashful look. Of course not. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk nonsense with her. So he said, "Stay here, I'll leave first." "Wait, I still have something to tell you," Fu Ling shouted behind his back, but she didn't get any response. She was so angry that she stomped her feet while looking at Yang Kai's back. On Half Moon Island, Yang Kai descended from the sky. Zhu Qing heard the commotion and came out to check. She was pleasantly surprised. "You're here." Yang Kai didn't say anything. He walked forward, hugged her waist and kissed her fiercely. Zhu Qing's body softened immediately, and her beautiful eyes became blurry. After a long while, Yang Kai let go of her. He stroked her hair by her ear and said, "I have something to do this time. I'm afraid I don't have much time to accompany you." Zhu Qing asked, "What's the matter?" "Come with me to see the Great Elder. I'll tell you on the way." Yang Kai held her hand and flew towards Greenwood Island. On the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the current situation in the astral realm. Zhu Qing was stunned. Although Dragon Island was powerful, it was basically isolated from the rest of the world. Therefore, although the news of the invasion from the demon territory spread like wildfire, and almost everyone in the astral realm knew about it, Dragon Island didn't hear about it at all. Zhu Qing obviously realized the seriousness of the situation, and also understood that Yang Kai really didn't have much time to stay here. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Cyanwood Island and saw Zhu Yan. Repeating the original words, Zhu Yan listened with a dignified expression. Although the dragon race didn't care about worldly affairs, the invasion from the demon territory was really too important. It was related to the entire astral realm. The dragon race also couldn't stay out of this. They were bound to contribute. After muttering to himself for a long time, Zhu Yan said, "Did you come here because you want my dragon race to make an appearance?" Yang Kai said, "It would be best if the dragon race could make an appearance, but the current situation isn't too serious. The dragon race can hold back for the time being, and keep it as our biggest trump card." Since the great emperors didn't inform Dragon Island about this, I reckon they also have the same idea. Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, "You are right. In that case, what do you want from Dragon Island?" "The people of Half-Dragon City." Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. "I am currently stationed in a city called Roaring Tiger City. A few days ago, I had a great battle with the demon race and suffered a lot of casualties. I need to replenish my manpower, but there aren't many reinforcements left in Astral Realm. If the Great Elder can let me take the people of Half-Dragon City away, it will definitely ease the situation on my side." Zhu Yan said, "You can discuss this matter with the second elder. She can make the decision." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. The people of Half-Dragon City aren't considered part of the dragon race. "Do I still need to tell the second elder?" Zhu Yan smiled and said, "Although they aren't considered part of the dragon race, many of them are still descendants of the dragon race. How can I let you take them away just like that?" Yang Kai helplessly said, "All right, then let's ask the second elder to come over." Originally, he wanted to quickly take the people of Half-Dragon City away and not meet with Fu Tianyi, but now it seemed that would not be possible. Zhu Yan immediately sent a message to Fu Tianyi. While waiting, Zhu Yan naturally asked about Yang Zhao's situation. Yang Kai was at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to tell her the truth. When Zhu Yan heard this, he glared at him and said, "Shower went to the Four Seasons realm with Qiongqi?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "And Lu Yan? And you've seen her before. She's the little girl with the Phoenix bloodline, who came with the Beast Warrior Master more than 10 years ago." Zhu Yan angrily said. What are you doing? Can't you watch over a child? You actually let her run away with Qiongqi. Do you know what kind of existence Qiongqi was in ancient times? She was an evil spirit that ate people without spitting out their bones. You're making this old master angry. Yang Kai was spat on by him, but he still had to smile and said, Great Elder, please calm down. Sit down and talk, don't get too worked up. Calm down my ass. Shower isn't your son, so you're not paying attention. Yang Kai was suddenly unhappy. How is Shower not my son? Since he calls me father, he's my son. I wasn't being careless. It's just that this boy disappeared by accident, and when I found out, they were already in the Four Seasons realm. If you were really paying attention, how could you not watch over a child? Zhu Yan was furious and wanted to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Great Elder, although Shower is still a child, you shouldn't underestimate him. This time, for Shower, I'm afraid that not only is this not a bad thing, it might even be a good thing. Zhu Yan sneered. Then I'd like to hear how this is a good thing. Yang Kai said, Shower may have comprehended the time principles. Zhu Yan's expression brightened when he heard this and squinted at him. Are you sure that Xiao, you think this old master comprehended the time principles? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I grabbed Shower in my hand. Don't think I'm just comforting you. But in that instant, what I said actually ran off into the distance. Zhu Yan coldly snorted. At that moment, how could Xiao time comprehend the time principles? And it wasn't just me. Second Elder and I also felt it. As Zhu Yan became even more excited when he heard that Yang Kai thoughtfully. Qiongqi has followed the flowing time remembers that you seem to understand a little bit of the time principles and is extremely sensitive to the time principles. In my early years, then I went to the Four Seasons realm and obtained some opportunities there. So Shower really comprehended the flowing time great emperor's flowing time great and anger from before had long disappeared. I suspect that when Shower was hatched, by excitement, Shower inherited because of Yang Zhao's congenital deficiency. Both he and Fu Tianyi felt guilty. If he really inherited the time principles from Yang Kai, then even if his bloodline was not pure, his future achievements would not be too low. What he didn't know was that Yang Xiao didn't have any problem with his bloodline being impure. This brat could transform into a true dragon. The dragon race was already strong, so how strong would a dragon race master of the time principles be? It was scary just thinking about it. Chapter 34:15. Yang Kai continued. A few years ago, I encountered Qiongqi outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He was being pursued by seniors Li Wui and Jiufeng, and was about to be taken back to Spirit Beast Island for custody. However, he used the excuse of recognizing me as the young master to borrow my strength to resolve his predicament. I have also heard of Qiongqi's notoriety. Does Great Elder know why I accepted him at that time? Zhu Yan asked. Isn't it because you have cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttlecock? Yang Kai smiled slightly. This is just one of the reasons. The most important reason is that old Qiong said at that time that the true inheritance of the flowing time great emperor is still hidden in the Four Seasons realm. If I could lend him a hand, he would take me to the Four Seasons realm to try my luck and see if I could inherit the mantle of the flowing time great emperor. The achievements of the flowing time great emperor are earth-shattering, and the time laws are extremely profound. There is no reason for me not to be tempted. Naturally, I agreed and asked for a favor from Spirit Beast Island to keep him by my side. Zhu Yan was shocked. The flowing time great emperor's inheritance is in the Four Seasons realm? Yang Kai nodded seriously. That's why I said that Xiao, or going to the Four Seasons realm with old Qiong this time, may not be a bad thing. It may even be a great opportunity. Although old Qiong doesn't understand the time laws, he has followed the flowing time great emperor for so many years. Even after the death of the great emperor, he has been guarding the flowing time temple. It can be said that he is loyal to the great emperors. No one knows better than him what kind of person is more suitable to inherit the mantle of the flowing time great emperor. Perhaps, in his opinion, Xiao is more suitable for the opportunities in the Four Seasons realm than I am. He has a higher chance of obtaining the flowing time great emperor's inheritance, which is why he brought him in. Zhu Yan finally showed a smile and paced back and forth a few steps. If what you say is true, then this old master and second elder will owe Qiongqi a favor. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. As for safety, Great Elder doesn't have to worry too much. I can't guarantee old Xiong's character. After all, we haven't known each other for a long time. However, Lu Yin will be accompanying them, and Lu Yin will definitely protect Xiao. Good. Zhu Yin clapped his hands and pondered for a moment. Then we'll wait for Xiao to come out of the Four Seasons realm and see the result. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally passed the test. However, he didn't know how the second elder would react. The Great Elder was relatively easy to talk to, but the second elder was more difficult to deal with. Just as he was thinking this, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly, and then, a pretty figure landed beside Yang Kai. It was none other than Fu Si. She looked around with her beautiful eyes, and showed a disappointed look. She looked at Yang Kai and said, Xiao, didn't come with you this time? Yang Kai shook his head stiffly. Fu Si sighed. Ai, why didn't you bring him here? Yang Xiao left Dragon Island with Yang Kai not long after he was born, and almost 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Xiao was also very anxious in her heart. If she wasn't afraid of shocking the world, she would have already gone to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to visit, instead of waiting on Dragon Island. However, she was a 10th Order Great Dragon, and the second Elder of Dragon Island, so it wasn't appropriate for her to always show her face outside. Yang Kai hurriedly turned his eyes to Zhu Yan, showing a look of help. Zhu Yan understood and quickly changed the subject. It's like this. Yang Kai came here this time to take away all the Origin Kings in Half-Dragon City. Something happened in the star boundary. Then take them away. Fu Si responded casually, a little absent-minded. Zhu Yan was stunned. Aren't you going to ask what happened? Yang Kai was also very surprised. He didn't expect Fu Si to be so easy to talk to. Was this still Fu Si? Was this still the dragon race's second elder, who was known for his impartiality? Could it be some guy pretending to be him? Fu Si was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just looked at Yang Kai. How has Xiao been over there these past few years? Has he grown taller? Does he miss me? Yang Kai was sweating from the question, and really didn't know how to answer. Zhu Yan sensed that something was wrong and quickly said, Just now, I was talking to Yang Kai about Xiao. Yang Kai said that he is doing well in the High Heaven Palace, so you don't have to worry. He also misses us very much. Is that so? Fu Si smiled and suddenly gritted his teeth. If he misses me, I don't know how to follow him back to take a look. Anyway, there is a space array and it's not too far away. Zhu Yan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Recently Xiao has been in seclusion. Fu Si frowned. Xiao is so young. Why is he in seclusion? Yang Kai immediately said, Second Elder, although Xiao is young, he is very talented. The next time you see him, you will be surprised. Fu Si wasn't really angry, he just felt sorry for his son. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he immediately showed an expectant look. Yang Kai said again, I won't hide it from you too. I have a younger sister. Although she is a few years older than Xiao. The two of them are about the same size and can play together. In the High Heaven Palace, the two of them are inseparable. Fu Si pursed his lips and said with a smile, It's good to have a playmate. Luckily, you brought Xiao away. If he was left on the Dragon Island, he would probably be very lonely. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said softly, You have a younger sister. Her voice was actually a little nervous. If Yang Kai has a younger sister, doesn't that mean she is my sister-in-law? This sudden relationship made her very nervous. Yang Kai said with a smile, She is only a few years old, she is still young. Zhu Qing looked at the tip of her foot, and muttered to herself in silence. After that Fu Si asked a lot more about Yang Xiao. Yang Kai braced himself and answered. With the help of the Great Elder, he didn't reveal any flaws. However, he couldn't help but worry that Fu Si would follow them to the High Heaven Palace on a whim. Fortunately, Fu Si didn't have that intention. Furthermore, with the Great Elder in front of him, even if Fu Si knew the truth in the future, the Great Elder would be the one to take the blame. Yang Kai could completely wash his hands clean. After talking for more than 2 hours, Fu Si was still in high spirits. Zhu Yan interrupted her and said, all right, Yang Kai still has something to do this time. There isn't much time left, let him go. Fu Si glared at Zhu Yan, and only then did she remind Yang Kai. The next time you come to the Dragon Island, remember to bring shower back, you must remember. I will remember. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. He made up his mind in his heart that he would never come to the Dragon Island before Yang Shao came out of the Four Seasons realm. Zhu Yan looked at him and said, there is no time to lose. You should go to the Half-Dragon City now. Fu Ling is waiting for you there. She will help you take care of the following matters. Many thanks, Great Elder. Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed to the second elder. This one will take his leave first. He turned around, hugged Zhu Qing, patted her back gently and flew away. Outside the Half-Dragon City, Yang Kai descended from the sky. Fu Ling had been waiting for him for a long time. Obviously, she had received the Great Elder's message and immediately rushed over. As soon as she saw Yang Kai, she happily rushed over and greeted him politely. Brother-in-law, the Great Elder said that you are going to bring the people of the Half-Dragon City out of the Dragon Island? Is that true? Yang Kai glanced at her, and his eyes fell on her chest. Put on your clothes before you talk to me. Fu Ling pouted and stretched out her hand to tighten her clothes, covering the spring scenery on her chest. Then, she smiled again and said, I heard from Great Elder that there is a demon invasion outside. Is it true? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. It's true. The situation in the Western Territory is not good. We are short on manpower, so I came here to find reinforcements. He frowned and said, why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and do what you need to do. Fu Ling responded, his eyes rolled again, and rushed into the city in a flash. After a short while, a loud dragon roar came out, and Fu Ling had already revealed his true body of a rank 6 giant dragon. When the dragon might spread out, it enveloped the entire city, causing all the half-dragons to tremble. Fu Ling's voice sounded at the right time. All cultivators above the Origin King realm in the city, gather outside the city. The city was in chaos, but soon many figures flew out of the city. The people of Half-Dragon City were basically all descendants of the dragon race, but some of them did not inherit the dragon race's bloodline, while others had a thin and impure bloodline. However, no matter what kind of people they were, they would never dare to offend the dignity of the dragon race. Because on Dragon Island, the dragon race was the only master, and they were used to obeying the dragon race. Who would dare to disobey Fu Ling's orders? Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, as one figure after another rushed out of the city. After a short while, a dense crowd had gathered outside the city. Yang Kai stood high up in the air, looking down with an excited expression. He had long known that the forces hidden in Half-Dragon City were extraordinary, but when he really gathered all of them together, he found that the actual situation was better than he had expected. He had sensed that there were more than 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, and this was not all of them. It was difficult to imagine what kind of scale it would be if all the cultivators from the Emperor realm were gathered together. The people of Half-Dragon City gathered very quickly, and from the time Fu Ling shouted to the time all the qualified cultivators gathered, only a stick of incense worth of time had passed. The crowd below was divided into 3 distinct groups. The group to the left of Yang Kai had the smallest number of people, less than 200, but they were all from the Emperor realm, and many of them had half-dragon bloodlines, which allowed them to display greater strength than those in the same realm. The middle group was naturally made up of Dao Source realm cultivators, numbering between 10,000 and 20,000. This was an extremely terrifying number. In Roaring Tiger City, the combined forces of the 3 territories and the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City only numbered between 40,000 and 50,000, of which 90% were Origin Kings, and only 2,000 were Dao Source realm cultivators. But Half-Dragon City alone had between 10,000 and 20,000 Dao Source realm cultivators, which showed how powerful Half-Dragon City's heritage was. This was not difficult to understand. The cultivation environment of Dragon Island was quite good, the world energy was rich, and there were many genius emperor artifacts. What's more, there was no slaughter on Dragon Island, so it was natural for the half-dragon cultivator to steadily improve their cultivation. Over the years, such a scale was understandable. Chapter 34:16. The remaining group of origin kings was even more terrifying, numbering at least 100,000. What was the population of the entire half-dragon city? Although Yang Kai didn't know, he was certain it was less than 1,000,000, probably only a few 100,000. However, among these few 100,000 people, there were 100,000 origin kings. In other words, there was one origin king for every few people in Half-Dragon City. This kind of frightening ratio was impossible to appear in any city in the astral boundary. Only the Dragon Island of Eternal Peace would have this kind of abnormal phenomenon. With Fu Ling's shout, 1/6 of the entire population of Half-Dragon City was mobilized, and the city suddenly became much more lively. Such a scale naturally made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. The only flaw was that there were too few third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Of the 200 or so people in the Emperor Realm, only a few had reached the third-order Emperor Realm. Most of them were first-order or second-order Emperor Realm Masters. This phenomenon was ultimately due to the Dragon Blood Flower. Before, Dragon Island cultivated the Dragon Blood Flower, mainly relying on the blood of the half-dragons in Half-Dragon City, especially the powerful half-dragons. If they lost too much of their blood essence, their strength would naturally be affected. If not for this, there would definitely be more third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Even so, Yang Kai had nothing to be picky about. With such a huge force, it was enough to change the direction of a war in a small area. Fu Ling transformed back into her human form and stood beside Yang Kai, saying, "Brother-in-law, everyone is here." Yang Kai nodded. "You can tell them." "Okay." Fu Ling responded, sweeping her beautiful eyes around as she shouted, "Everyone listen up. The one standing beside me is Yang Kai, the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the Star Boundary. He is also my brother-in-law. The Star Boundary is now under the invasion of the demon race and needs your help. This time, my brother-in-law and I will take you away from Dragon Island and go to the Star Boundary to support the demon race. Let me say the ugly words first. Once you leave Dragon Island, listen to my orders. I only have one request for you: be obedient. If I find anyone disobeying my orders, don't blame me for being merciless. Is that clear?" In front of Yang Kai, this woman was very flippant, but in front of the people of Half-Dragon City, she was very dignified. After she finished speaking, a thunderous response came from below. "Understood." Fu Ling nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother-in-law, do you have anything to say?" Yang Kai squinted at her. "I only have one question." "Yes." Fu Ling nodded. "You also want to leave Dragon Island? You still want to come with me?" "That's right." Fu Ling nodded as a trace of craftiness flashed through his eyes. He smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yang Kai chuckled. "Have you asked the Great Elder?" Because of Yang Kai's matter, this woman made a mistake and was punished to guard the entrance for 100 years. Only a dozen years had passed since then. It was far from 100 years. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Great Elder would let her leave the Dragon Island. "Of course I have asked." Fu Ling didn't panic at all. She winked at Yang Kai and said, "If you don't believe me, you can send a message and ask." Yang Kai snorted. "Of course I have to ask clearly." While speaking, he took out a communication compass and communicated with Zhu Qing. After a short while, he put away the compass and looked at Fu Ling in disbelief. "How is it?" Fu Ling had a complacent expression. She was simply fearless. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhu Qing told him that it was indeed the Great Elder's idea for Fu Ling to leave Dragon Island with him. Of course, it was also the result of Fu Ling's initiative, saying that she wanted to atone for her crime. However, she also had a valid reason, and that was the people of Half-Dragon City. They had always lived on Dragon Island and had never been to the outside world. They had a lot of people and were very powerful. Even if they were handed over to Yang Kai, he might not be able to command them smoothly. If there was a dragon race accompanying him, these people wouldn't dare to act rashly. And Fu Ling's main task was to intimidate the 100,000 people of Half-Dragon City and make sure that they would obey orders. Yang Kai couldn't say anything about the Great Elder's approval. He reminded Fu Ling, "Don't cause trouble outside, otherwise I will immediately send you back here." Fu Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I won't cause trouble and will definitely be obedient. I will do whatever you tell me to and won't resist at all." The last sentence had a deep meaning, and Yang Kai gritted his teeth when he heard it. Turning his head and looking at the 100,000 people, Yang Kai opened his mouth and said, "Some of you might find me familiar, or have already recognized me. That's right. I came to Dragon Island more than 10 years ago, and also entered Half-Dragon City. I also snatched the dragon race's bride. Now, I have fallen in love with the dragon race's fifth elder, and we are husband and wife." The 100,000 people were amazed by his words, but there were indeed many people who recognized Yang Kai. After all, there were many people who were captured to build Fu Qi's wedding palace, so they had met Yang Kai before. Yang Kai snatching the bride was also witnessed by everyone. As for what happened after that, they didn't know. Now that they heard Yang Kai say that he actually fell in love with the dragon race's fifth elder, and they were husband and wife, they were immediately shocked. The current situation in the Star Boundary is very bad. Leaving Dragon Island, you might not be able to adapt to a lot of things, and you will also have to deal with all kinds of dangers. I only have one request for you. He looked around and said word by word, "Stay alive." The 100,000 people's expression turned cold. "If anyone has any questions, you can ask now. If there are no questions, we will set off now." "We obey Lord Yang's orders," someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The 100,000 people shouted in unison, "We obey Lord Yang's orders." They were on the Dragon Island, Admittedly, there wasn't much fighting and killing, but they were naturally inferior to the dragon race. Those half-dragons with decent strength were often on tenterhooks, wondering if they would be captured by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now there was a guy who actually subdued a dragoness. Moreover, it was the fifth elder of the dragon race. Naturally, they regarded him as a role model and held him in high esteem. With this kind of psychological recognition, even if it was the first time they saw Yang Kai, they didn't feel any repulsion, and they only felt admiration in their hearts. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "Good, then come in." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tapped the void in front of him, opening a gap in the sealed world bead, and an oval-shaped void corridor immediately appeared. After all, it wasn't very convenient for 100,000 people to move together, so they could only use the sealed world bead. The Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other in dismay, but none of them hesitated and stepped forward, disappearing into the void corridor. With the Emperor Realm taking the lead, the remaining Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators naturally walked into the sealed world bead one by one. After half a day, Yang Kai collected all the 100,000 people. He called Fu Ling and flew towards the exit together. After leaving Dragon Island, they returned to Roaring Tiger City through the space array on the island. The city was bustling with activity. It had only been 3 days since Yang Kai left Roaring Tiger City, and the 5,000 reinforcements from High Heaven Palace were already in place. The army from the South Gate led a group of disciples to instruct the array masters in the city to rearrange the repair array. On the city walls and on the towers, cultivator patrols could be seen from time to time. A tense and uneasy atmosphere spread through the city. It was Fu Ling's first time leaving Dragon Island and coming to the outside world. She looked around and found everything strange. Several times she almost lost track of him. Yang Kai grabbed her by the collar and took her to his side, guarding her strictly. After finding Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, Ma Yin, and the others to ask about the situation, they learned that the demon race had really made a comeback. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor Realm were worried. Although Roaring Tiger City had just won a battle and killed countless enemies a few days ago, it had not been long since the demon race attacked again. Not to mention that the demon race had sent out more people this time than last time. It was almost 1 million. Let's talk about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although they had the support of the 5,000 cultivator from High Heaven Palace, they only had a little more than 40,000 people who could fight. Most of them had just recovered from the aftereffects of the bloodlust technique and could not exert their full strength. A large part of the reason why they were able to win last time was because of the might of the Roaring Tiger City's Great Protective Array. However, when the Southgate Army arrived, they dismantled the Great Protective Array. It would take at least a month for them to set it up again. It could be said that Roaring Tiger City had no array to rely on at all. It was equivalent to being already thousands of kilometers away. The demon race's army was eyeing the city covetously. By then, naturally made the people in Roaring Tiger City panic. Gao Shueting said, "Fortunately, that's right. There were supervisors set up by the interspatial array to supervise the city. It's easy to leave. Otherwise, there would have been deserters." Shook his head and said, "Nevertheless, there's no need to evacuate. The situation was so bad that no matter who last time, they could not break their spines this time." Not to mention winning. People stared at him. It was unknown whether they could survive the next demon race's invasion. Gao Shueting's eyes lit up and she returned. "You found reinforcements?" And the others were discussing whether they should evacuate that could explain why Yang Kai was so confident. The others in other cities. Otherwise, where did his confidence come from? "Brother Yang Kai smiled and said, it's not that we're praising others and belittling ourselves, but the difference in numbers is too big. Li Jiao, I'm afraid that Roaring Tiger City can't be saved this time. When are they coming? If we want to evacuate, how many are there? We have to be quick." Yang Kai said, "Brotherly, don't be impatient. You'll know when the time comes. In any case, I guarantee that we'll give the demon race a big surprise this time." Chapter 34:17. The wind was howling, and the sand and dust were kicking up. The atmosphere was bleak. The army of the Devil Clan was back, and this time, it was even larger and more numerous than a few days ago. The army was like an invincible torrent of iron that was going to crush Roaring Tiger City into smithereens. All the cultivators in the city were mobilized. However, the huge difference in the number of cultivators and the fact that the city was undefended made them feel uneasy. Everyone's eyes were focused on one person. That person was standing at the highest point of the city wall, facing the demon race's army. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. It was this person who had turned the tide in the battle a few days ago. It was this person who had led the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City to win the demon race in the last battle. He led the soldiers and set an example by killing countless enemies. If it were not for this person, the tens of thousands of cultivators in Roaring Tiger City would have lost their will to fight. However, at this moment, even though this person was standing at the highest point and everyone could see him clearly, he did not give them much of a sense of security. All the cultivators in the Emperor realm were mobilizing, trying to maintain the morale that could collapse at any time. Rumbling noises came from below the ground like muffled thunders, crushing everyone's hearts and putting tremendous mental pressure on them. It was the sound of the demon race's army approaching Roaring Tiger City. The marching of 1,000,000 soldiers made the ground tremble. The cultivators in Roaring Tiger City began to panic, and the people who were already restless became even more confused. The demon race's army was already 25 kilometers away. With such a short distance, it would only take one charge before they arrived at the city. It was at this moment that Yang Kai let out a thunderous roar and soared to the sky. He bent in midair and charged at the demon race's army. Exclamations were heard. All the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded as they stared at the person who charged at them alone, not knowing what he was going to do. A war was not a one-on-one fight. No matter how strong an individual was, how could he fight against a 1,000,000-strong army? Once one was surrounded and exhausted, one would be killed. Perhaps only pseudo-emperor level experts would be able to enter and exit freely under such circumstances. Yang Kai was obviously not a fake emperor. He was just a second-order emperor realm master. Not only was the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City sweating, but even Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others could not help but clench their fists, secretly worried. Yang Kai had only told them that he had found reinforcements, but they didn't know where the reinforcements were, or how many there were. Now that they saw Yang Kai taking the initiative to meet the enemy, they were naturally worried about his safety. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City. If he fell, Roaring Tiger City would immediately face a situation of collapse. At that time, not to mention 1,000,000 demon race, even 100,000 demon race would be able to devour Roaring Tiger City. But at this moment, they had no other choice but to wait and see, so they secretly prayed in their hearts. It was impossible for the demon race army to not notice Yang Kai's blatant charge. A team of 1,000 people immediately separated from the army to meet the attack, led by a demon king. The demon king was wearing revealing clothes, with only a corset covering her upper body. Although she was wearing a long skirt, the skirt was split all the way to her thighs, revealing the beauty between her legs. Her delicate collarbones, flat belly and slender legs were all exposed. Her figure was extremely hot, and her trembling breasts were like two peaks. Complex patterns could be seen on her snow-white flawless skin, giving her a wild feeling. Yang Kai knew at a glance that this demon king was a succubus demon. A few kilometers away, the succubus demon smiled at Yang Kai. She pointed her slender hand forward, and thousands of demon race swarmed over. The laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he suddenly punched forward. There was no terrifying explosion of power, nor was there any burst of strength chi. However, following his punch, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the center of the thousands of demon race. When this black dot first appeared, it was only the size of a sesame seed. However, in the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and exploded into a black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. An incomparably terrifying devouring power came out from the black hole. The nearby demon race were caught off guard, and were directly sucked into the black hole, disappearing without a trace. The remaining demon race were also pulled by the huge suction force, and were swallowed back in. As far as the eye could see, it was as if the entire world was collapsing into the black hole, giving off a very frightening feeling. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of demon race were completely devoured by the black hole. The black hole appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. After all the demon race had been banished, the black hole disappeared without a trace. Before the succubus demon could react, the people she had brought out had all been wiped out. Her vision blurred, and Yang Kai, who was originally several kilometers away, suddenly appeared in front of her. He was practically face to face with her, and an aggressive aura rushed towards her. The succubus demon's beautiful face paled as she opened her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and the invisible spiritual energy turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon was a special race among the 100 races in the demon territory. The fighting strength of this race was not too strong, but the strength of their spiritual energy was far beyond that of their peers. Therefore, they absolutely could not be underestimated just because their realm was not high. Perhaps at any time, a seemingly powerless succubus demon could launch a fatal blow. The spiritual energy arrow surged, causing ripples in the air, and directly blasted into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. Her slender jade-like hands were placed on Yang Kai's chest, and her sharp fingers poked out. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to dig out Yang Kai's heart. After poking, the succubus demon's brows wrinkled, because she found that the flesh of this human in front of her was incomparably tough. She was unable to break through his flesh defense. "Does it feel good to touch?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ear, and the succubus demon's expression changed greatly. She raised her head and saw Yang Kai looking at her with ridicule. There were no signs of his soul being attacked. The succubus demon immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. The cultivation of this human in front of her was clearly not very high. She estimated that it was about the same as her own. How could he be fine after taking her soul attack? However, looking at his clear eyes, it was clear that this person's soul was unharmed. She wanted to retreat. Succubi were not suited for close combat. That would only expose their greatest weakness. Succubi liked to distance themselves and use their spiritual strength, which was far superior to those of the same level, to toy with their opponents in the palm of their hands. However, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. No matter how hard the succubus demon tried, she could not move at all. The blood drained from her face, and she became incomparably pale. "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Then, his large hand unceremoniously covered her towering breasts and squeezed hard. The succubus demon wrinkled her brows and revealed a delicate and pitiful look. Her eyes shone with a strange light. She even let out an ah and angrily looked at Yang Kai, saying, "You're hurting me." Every frown, every smile, every movement was blooming with a charming light, enough to make any man go crazy. However, Yang Kai was unmoved. Instead, the strength of his hand increased. "It hurts." The succubus demon looked a little flustered. She punched and kicked Yang Kai. But how could she break free from the restraints of Yang Kai's space imprisonment? From afar, this adulterous pair looked like they were flirting. There was no trace of the atmosphere of war between the two races. What's Brother Yang doing? On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, the corner of Li Jiao's eyes twitched. He felt that this scene was a little ridiculous and envious at the same time. Hooligan scum. Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, and her face turned red. On the other hand, a group of cultivators standing on the city wall watched with relish. The originally nervous and uneasy atmosphere was washed away by this strange scene. Creaking sounds were heard. Gao Shueting turned her head and saw that Yu Meng and Fu Ling were grinding their teeth together. Not bad. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, and he seriously sized up her face. "But your appearance is a little worse than that person's." With a bang, something seemed to have been crushed. The succubus demon screamed and looked down. She saw blood flowing wildly from her right chest. The towering peak had disappeared, and blood dripped down from her abdomen. She screamed again and again as if she had gone crazy. A huge question appeared in her mind. Who is that person? Yang Kai punched down, and the screams came to an abrupt end. Blood rained down from the sky. A mid-tier demon king was crushed by his punch just like that. Even though it was a succubus demon that wasn't known for its combat strength, it was still unbelievable to all the members of the demon race. Yang Kai's figure had already rushed through the blood rain and met the demon race's army head-on. With a clap and a pull, a gigantic crescent blade was formed and slashed toward the demon race's army. Wherever the crescent blade passed, figures were split into two. All the members of the demon race retreated. The crescent blade flew for thousands of meters before it gradually lost its power and dissipated. However, its path was filled with the incomplete corpses of the demon race. The demon race's army was enraged. Under the command of several demon kings, troops approached Yang Kai and surrounded him. Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. The myriad sword had already been summoned. At the same time, he waved his hand and the Dharmakaya appeared. There was no need for communication. The two figures, one big and one small, formed each other's horns and charged into the demon race's army like an indestructible sword. No one could stop them. No one could stop them. Although the demon race had millions of people, none of them could match Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya. They couldn't stop their crazy slaughter. In the roaring tiger city, everyone was quietly watching. They saw that the army of millions of demon race had stopped advancing. There was chaos not far from the edge of the army. The chaos created by Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya spread from the edge of the army to the center. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. One by one, the demon race's army was crushed into powder and would forever sleep on this land. The ground was gradually dyed red with blood. Chapter 34:18. There were too many people in the demon race, so the people of Roaring Tiger City couldn't see Young Kai and his embodiment, but they could infer their location from the various reactions of the demon race army. They continued to charge in and out of the demon race's army. With just the two of them, they were able to hold them in place, unable to move. A miracle was born again. Just like a few days ago, when everyone couldn't see any hope, when all the light in front of them was covered, it was Young Kai who tore open a corner of the sky and let the sun shine, reviving life. The shouts from Roaring Tiger City were like waves, each wave louder than the previous one. Ma Yin's blood was boiling. She turned to look at Li Jiao and said, "Master Li, I am willing to lend a hand to the city lord." Li Jiao stared ahead without turning his head and said in a deep voice, "Wait." Although Young Kai and his embodiment were like fish in water in the demon race army, it was because these two guys weren't ordinary people. Needless to say, the embodiment was in existence who could fight with a fake emperor, and was much stronger than a third-layer emperor realm master. Young Kai was even more of a monster, who was proficient in the law of space. If he sensed that something was wrong, he could withdraw at any time. If others rushed in rashly like this, they would only be courting death. Li Jiao didn't have the confidence to rush in and come back alive under such circumstances. Ma Yin wanted to help on a whim, so how could he allow it? Young Kai had previously said that they should act according to the situation, so now was obviously not the best time. Dozens of miles away, the demon race army was in chaos. Wherever Young Kai and his embodiment rushed, there would be a commotion, death and slaughter. Li Jiao and the others clearly saw that Young Kai and his embodiment had shuttled back and forth several times in the demon race's army, before suddenly turning around and charging into the center of the demon race army. The chaotic commotion suddenly calmed down. Millions of demon race formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Young Kai and the Dharmakaya in the center. However, there was no one within a radius of 1,000 feet around the two figures. Every member of the demon race was looking at them with terrified eyes. The demon kings were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They retreated into the army and didn't dare to act rashly. Young Kai held the myriad's sword and leaned back to back with the avatar. He looked around coldly and grinned. "It's time," he muttered softly. As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz, a series of strange sounds came from all over the demon race's army. It sounded like some kind of flying insect was flapping its wings. However, it was definitely not just one or two flying insects. Instead, it was an endless swarm of insects. The members of the demon race looked around blankly. Soon they knew where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, a black cloud of insects appeared on the ground. As soon as they appeared, they rushed toward the demon race. The demon race was shocked and tried to stop them. However, they were horrified to find that the life force of these insects was extremely tenacious. Even if they were sent flying, they wouldn't die. They only stayed on the ground for a while before flapping their wings and flying again. However, if they were infected by these insects, the demon race would scream miserably and fall to the ground in extreme pain. Soon they would die on the spot. What was strange was that the dead demon race didn't have any wounds on their bodies. However, their souls would disappear. Soul-devouring insects. Young Kai hadn't used the soul-devouring insects for a long time. However, the current situation was undoubtedly the best time for them to show their prowess. They had always been the best weapon to deal with such situations. Previously, he had been shuttling back and forth between the demon race's army with the Dharmakaya. First, it was to kill the enemy and distract the army. Second, it was to secretly plant the soul-devouring insects. Now that the soul-devouring insects were out, it was really effective. In an instant, the demon race's army was in chaos. Those low-level demon soldiers, and even the demon general and demon commander, couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from attacking. One by one, they were devoured by the insects and died. Only the strong ones at the level of the demon king were not afraid of the soul-devouring insects. The situation was extremely chaotic. The demon race's army, which was originally in order, was no longer in order after the appearance of the soul-devouring insects. At least one-fifth of the demon race's army was distracted. Yang Kai took a deep breath and raised his hand again. Suddenly, one figure after another appeared in front of him. The cultivator from Half-Dragon City made a dazzling appearance. The first to appear were those from the Emperor Realm, followed by the Dao Source Realm, and finally, the Origin Kings. It would take a lot of time to put them into the sealed world bead, but it would only take a few breaths of time to release them. After all, Yang Kai was the master of everything in the sealed world bead. At the center of the demon race's army, over 100,000 people suddenly appeared. The few demon kings who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements were dumbfounded. A feeling of uneasiness spread in their hearts. Profound and complex incantations resounded throughout the world as rays of light enveloped these 100,000 people. Bloodthirst technique. Life chains, crimson light emerged from the bodies of these 100,000 people. Everyone's breathing became heavy as their blood boiled. Raising the myriad sword high, Yang Kai shouted, "Kill!" The 100,000 people immediately scattered and rushed in all directions. Led by those from the Emperor Realm, they turned into sharp arrows and rushed into the demon race's army. How could the demon race's army, which was already in a frenzy because of the soul-devouring insects, stop such a fierce army? As soon as the two sides came into contact, the demon race's army was routed. One after another, the 1,000-man teams led by the Emperor Realm rampaged through the demon race's army, slaughtering to their heart's content. It was as if they were venting all the grievances they had suffered on Dragon Island over the years. Yang Kai and the embodiment each had a team of several thousand people behind them. The demon race's army was in a complete mess, unable to fight back. In terms of numbers alone, the demon race had an absolute advantage. However, the direction of a war was never decided by numbers. The number of people from the Emperor Realm and Half-Dragon City was several times more than the number of Demon King in this demon race's army. Just this difference alone was enough to make up for the army of hundreds of thousands. Not to mention that the soul-devouring insects were still wreaking havoc, making the demon race exhausted. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, everyone looked at this sudden change in shock and excitement. Li Jiao shouted, "If we don't go now, when will we?" There was no need to wait any longer. This was obviously the best time. Under the leadership of Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others, tens of thousands of people swarmed out of Roaring Tiger City to meet the demon race's army head-on. Just 2 hours ago, they were still worried about whether they could see the sun tomorrow. They never thought that they would take the initiative to meet the enemy head-on. This was simply unimaginable before. Roars shook the sky, and the universe trembled. In the wilderness, the two races fought in a chaotic battle. Figures fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The difference in numbers was still huge, but this was a war without any suspense. Fu Ling shouted and rushed forward. He did not transform into his true dragon form, but his dragon roar resounded in the world. Under the dragon's roar, a secret technique was released, and the demon race turned into sparkling statues without any signs of life. In less than 10 minutes, the demon race had lost more than 100,000 people, but Roaring Tiger City was still full of energy and was pressing forward step by step. The demon race's formation was in chaos, and their morale was low. The horn of retreat finally sounded, and they fled in panic. The cultivator from Roaring Tiger City and Half-Dragon City naturally chased after them and beat them when they were down. Countless corpses were left behind by the demon race. Some people were left to guard the city in case of accidents, while Yang Kai led the others to chase after them. It was not until dawn the next day that they returned to the city. After a war, people were always busy. However, Roaring Tiger City suddenly had more than 100,000 people, and there were even 100 to 200 people from the Emperor Realm. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City very excited. In the Western Territory, such a force was probably only comparable to those big cities that were guarded by pseudo-emperors. At noon, the statistics of the war were also released. In this war, 300,000 enemies were killed, and less than 10,000 people were injured or killed. The number of casualties was lower than the number of casualties in the previous battles, which was simply unbelievable. Nevertheless, the facts were right in front of them, so they had to believe it. The corpses outside the city needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, with so many corpses in the wild, they would definitely rot and stink. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about these things. Li Jiao would organize people to deal with them. In just a few days, Roaring Tiger City had dealt with 2 batches of the demon race army, and they had won both victories. Yang Kai believed that the demon race would not have any ideas about Roaring Tiger City in a short time. After 2 consecutive defeats, the demon race would definitely need to rest and recuperate. However, when the next demon race came again, they would probably have to deal with it carefully. This time, Roaring Tiger City had won beautifully, but they had also exposed their trump card. When the demon race came again, they would definitely have a corresponding countermeasure. Perhaps there would be a real powerhouse leading the army to battle. In the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai was reclining on the couch with Yu Ruming's slender and beautiful legs as his pillow. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he had a contemplative look on his face. Yu Ruming gently rubbed his head, acting like a good wife and loving mother. It was hard to believe that this woman would want to die together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. The room was silent, only the sound of the 2 people breathing could be heard. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Ruming. Yu Ruming responded. I remember that you told me before that you would take me to a place. Now, can you tell me where you want to go? Why do you suddenly ask this? Yu Ruming smiled and looked at him curiously. Yang Kai said, you didn't hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to tie me up. I think you have some plans for me, but I can't figure out what you and the power behind you are planning, and why you have been biding your time. Ruming, now that the war between the 2 worlds has begun, I have been entrusted by Lin Tong to protect Roaring Tiger City before his death. I don't want to be too distracted, so I think we should be honest with each other. Tell me where you want me to go, and what you want me to do. If possible, I will cooperate well. Yu Ruming smiled and shook her head. Now is not the time. When the time is right, I will tell you. Yang Kai looked up with indifferent eyes. Yu Ruming frowned slightly, and inexplicably felt that Yang Kai was very far away from her again. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.